Start on. Hello, guys, and welcome to. God, I almost introduced this as one of my interviews. It's like a little audience lit there. But a different thing. I mean, I've never really done an interview that is for another person in a sense, but you sort of, we did our interview and you extended the arm over to me to potentially go over some stuff with you, which I take great honor in. It's a massive honor, having been someone that's watched you for so many years, and for you to have invited me into your home and trusted me with the candor and respect to go over so many things with you. I really appreciate that. So yeah, that's very nice of you.
I mean, I thought, so obviously this is something that I planned to do on my own, but then when we were, not in the interview, but after the interview, when we were talking, it was me, you, and Regan, and we were talking, I thought, okay, well, I think having someone lead a lot of the conversations, and then also I sort of thought, with the amount of research that you put into the interview, I thought if you just put like a similar amount or like some degree into researching like some of the topics around me, that you could go back and forth with me, play devil's advocate, and then I could speak freely with you.
Yeah.
Without having to like compromise any of my speech or like anything like that. So I thought that would be a lot better for something like this. So yeah, I mean, that's where.
And this is where I very like unceremoniously disappoint you by revealing that I've not prepped at all. Joking. He actually made me watch a 2.5 hour long film actually for this. So I did actually do a bit more prep than I normally am.
There you go.
But I sort of, one of the first things I really wanted to get into, if we drop ourselves right in the deep end, is we talked about in our podcast, and for anyone that, there's a few questions I've got here that kind of reiterate or further expand upon things we talked about on our podcast that I feel like maybe if people haven't seen it, it's just a good way to get into it. So one of the most interesting things, and this is something I asked you about, is there's an interview you did on TeamLiquid.net where you talk about Jinro's retirement speech as an American player, and he talks about Nada and Boxer's ability to switch games from Brood War to StarCraft 2, presumably.
Yeah.
Specifically, he's like denoting about Nada's periods of inspiration. Basically, that he was very proficient in both games, but he never really had that same like passion that he had for Brood War. And you yourself kind of used this metaphor. It was obviously a phraseology that had kind of touched you at the time because you spoke about it. The quote essentially that he uses is, "Where do you find it within yourself to dream again?"
Right.
Which to me is like very like it's a very sort of lurid, dream-esque would be the cliche, given that he's actually talking about dreams. But it's a very interesting way to sort of talk about that. So I mean, you kind of use the metaphor to talk about your end of your time in StarCraft, where you went from being this young person that had chased this dream, chased this ghost almost, this dream that has become a ghost.
Yeah.
That you couldn't get close to. And I remember there's another anecdote you told about, I forget the name of the player, but you sort of moved into a house with someone, and this is around the time you were dealing with homelessness. There was a player that you had expected to learn a lot from, but you actually just, all you could learn was that his hands were a lot faster than you. And I think the only thing you said you learned from him was about ring finger placement on certain SCVs. My StarCraft terminology is like really bad.
Yeah.
But I think it was interesting hearing you talk about this, because I wanted to talk about how, when you talk about chasing this dream, there's always been an intensity and a clear passion to what you do, but you lost that towards the end of StarCraft. And I don't necessarily want to go into that era of time, but it's very interesting to me at the dawn of that, going into League of Legends. Can you characterize that, having lost that passion? Did it reignite when you got into League of Legends? Or was still the remnants of that loss of passion there? Because obviously you transitioned from being a player majority to more of a coaching position as well.
When I started League, interestingly enough, I started League, and I wish Raynad was here actually for this part, because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. There was some event in Germany for Hearthstone, and I was one of the best Hearthstone players in the world. And I wasn't like officially on Doge House, which was like ECOP, Nimsh, Nyx, Savits, Artosis, and some of them, but I was like their main practice partner, or I was one of them, right? And I had made Handlock, which went on to be like one of the most meta-defining decks ever. And I think I made 3 of Artosis's BlizzCon decks, because he had gotten me a train up from Busan to stay with him for a week, and, you know, whatever. And so I was grinding Hearthstone, but I basically had no money. And I was very, very, very poor. And there was basically, BlizzCon, ended and stuff, and me and ECOP we were watching together. And I want to say that we were on Skype. Yeah, I think we were on Skype, me and ECOP. And we were watching together, and, we were talking about, like, Artosis in like whatever plays he was making, yada yada yada. And the reason that I actually did do the final pivot into League was there was this tournament in Germany, and basically I got vetoed out from being able to go because I had been playing League of Legends on stream the week prior to the tournament.
Really?
Yes, and one of the people that decided like the invites for the tournament decided that they just thought I wasn't super committed to Hearthstone and that this was supposed to be like a really prestigious tournament that's kind of invite only and stuff. And so they viewed like me streaming League and like not just grinding Hearthstone all the time, etc. So that was the ending for me with Hearthstone. And when that happened, I'm like, okay, well, I guess this is the only thing that I have left that I can do now is I'm just gonna go all in on League. So that's when I start League. And I grind League nonstop, like 16 hours a day just playing it. And I don't know what the hell I'm really doing. I really don't know what I'm doing in the game. And I'm just watching videos. I'm watching like the tournaments that are being played, right? OGN at the time and whatnot. And I'm just trying to figure out like what's going on within the game. And I climb up the ranks really fast. So Master, Grandmaster, these things don't exist back then. So I get Diamond 1 in about 2.5 months of playing the game. Then I keep climbing up. And at this point, I only have like 20, 30 viewers on Twitch. And interestingly, one of the people that comes into the chat to see me is, I think his name is Wappa, who then goes on to work for Riot, I think. And he was on a team at one point, and he was like asking me if I would go and play in like the equivalency of like amateur in NA and stuff. And so we were talking a lot and whatnot. And so that's how I started meeting some people.
This is like pre-formulation of like
Yeah, this is like December. So this is like December 2013. This is December 2013, moving into January 2014. And so I'm doing all of this, and also during like this time period and stuff, there's the ability to test for, I think the team was Prime Sentinel, and I'm blanking on the guy's name who was like in charge at the time. He ended up having some scandal years down the line. But it was like the only Korean team that was going to potentially let me test, and one of the people testing for that team was Khan. And at the time, I was only playing mid lane, and so I had to role swap top. And so I was trying to like learn all these top champions and stuff.
Because I think it's always interesting to hear like just what the testing regimen is like in Korea.
It's mostly, I mean, I'm sure it's different now than it was back then, but back then it was just you actually just playing scrims, and they also evaluate like your solo queue ranking.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. So after that ended up happening, and I didn't even get to make it all the way through the tryout before they had just selected the player and whatnot, so I couldn't join a team. And it was around that time that Heroes of the Storm came out. And there was this media company in Korea that had like Artosis, Tasteless, and like a bunch of other people. It was called Gem. And they had opened up some office in Guro. And Gem was like doing a lot of stuff with the Zubu at that time and all this other stuff. And so they wanted to make this Heroes of the Storm team type thing. So I went all in on Heroes of the Storm. And I got like rank 1 in their like alpha ladder type thing. And I'm pretty sure I never deleted the tweet. There's like something I tweeted that a lot of like Blizzard employees like liked and retweeted at the time and whatnot. I did something in the game for like MMR, like World First something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But it was really cool because it was my first time getting to interact with like Blizzard figureheads and whatnot. So it was that.
And obviously you had a bit of a background playing WoW growing up as well, quite a bit.
Yeah, I played WoW a little bit because of my uncle. My uncle that got me into gaming played WoW. So I did play WoW. And during this time period, it was while I was playing Heroes of the Storm and whatnot that someone came into my chat and asked me to coach them in League of Legends. And it was that Nidalee video that got put on Reddit, and it blew up on Reddit. And here we are, sort of. It's actually a really weird... I remember sitting in the chair with Scarlett, Sasha Houston. Houston? Now I'm forgetting, oh my god. I remember sitting there and we just saw the numbers going up on the YouTube video when we would refresh, and she couldn't believe it because we come from StarCraft. We don't get views in this game. Yeah. And she was just seeing the reception by the League community, and we didn't know what to make of it. And it was very, very, very surprising.
Yeah, so I guess that kind of links back to my question is in terms of that dream being reignited, I guess when you saw the reception that you were initially getting, was that
Well, I wouldn't say it was a dream. It was more like a nightmare. It's
Okay.
like either this works or like I don't. What other
That's probably
game
a
is
better way
there?
to
Right. It's
contextualize it.
more of a nightmare, right? I've always said that one of my main motivators is fear, um, and not wanting to return to past situations and whatnot, right? So
It's quite ironic because people are so scared to listen to what you have to say.
yeah, there you go. Right there you go.
Mm.
So yeah, I would say it was more so like fear and stuff. And when the coaching stuff started, obviously, like it was a couple of weeks after that, I got contacted by Michael Schnorr, who was the SHC team manager, and he asked
Super hot career?
Super Hot Crew,
Mm.
and he said that some of his players were watching my videos and that they felt like they were learning a lot, and so he asked me would I ever consider like coaching like
Mm.
these pro players, and I'm like, this is pro play, like what is going on? Like I would have thought the players would have been much better. And again, I'm very ignorant to this because my own thing is just playing on the Korean solo queue server. I'm basically not engaging with the Western community, right? Almost at all.
Yeah, well, another thing for me would be I would imagine that just given having looked back at it, like with how much of a hive mind of information that TeamLiquid.net was in terms of you just had everyone posting their own individual guides and individual strategies
Yeah.
and like VODs. I can imagine that when League came out in that way, having not been from that time, you could probably provide a little bit more context.
Mm.
How far behind was League in terms of like, did it really have that central hub whereby people could learn and be a bit further ahead of the
I
curve?
mean, I guess it was Reddit, but League was just. I mean, League still is very far behind, especially because League is in its stagnation period. Which, interestingly enough, I talked about, or I predict
Just
that.
clarify what you mean by stagnation period.
So stagnation period is eras or periods of time that naturally occurs typically in like games
Mm.
that anyone can go and look at, where it's almost like it's the same meta essentially
Okay.
that's just unfolding endlessly.
So what would the example, for example, for StarCraft, what was the stagnation period?
StarCraft would probably be so like if we're looking at like Zerg versus Protoss or something, right?
Mm.
It's like pre-Bisu build, which is the Corsair Dark Templar build.
Yeah.
That's a stagnation period because Protoss doesn't know what the hell to do, and Zerg is just getting away with murder in a lot of ways, right? Pre-Flash build TVP is a stagnation period.
Mm.
Terrans are using like weird, expansion timings and like weird timing attacks, and it's
And
just very
just to
repetitive.
give me more of an idea, like how far into the game cycle is that?
So I guess at that point we're talking 8-9 years into
Out
Brood
of
War,
what is the total game cycle of StarCraft?
1998 to current. Still played to this day.
Yeah.
Tournaments like happening.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
yeah. So
Nice.
with actual good viewership and stuff. So like
Mhm.
it's yeah. I mean yeah.
It's obviously not you wouldn't consider it in its heyday, but yeah, it's interesting to say that it's 8 or 9 years in, and it's in the stagnation period. But we're 13 years in, and when would you say that stagnation period
I
starts to
so
happen in League?
I think it started to happen in season 9-ish. Season 9-ish was, I think, the first time that I really noticed it. That's when the balance changes. It was when Riot got really afraid. Oh no, sorry. It was yeah, around season 9-ish. And it happens because of that patch that they did where they made bot lane kind of a fiesta, where
Hmm.
they made it where like tons of different champions could go bot lane because
Was
they
that
nerfed all
the
the XP.
Mordekaiser shared
No, it's not.
XP, or was that a
Uh,
different patch?
well,
Shows my knowledge.
there is that Mordekaiser
Yeah,
that was like ruining worlds, right? There was
yeah,
there
yeah.
was that Mordekaiser.
You are right. This is later.
Um, but there's I think it's 8.11, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
the Forsaken patch 8.11 or something like that. And after that, it seems like Riot got horrified with large scale patches that
Mm.
actually are large scale in nature. Now we get like pre-seasons, but they actually don't really do a whole lot. You adjust to them really quickly. There's not a whole lot of stuff going on,
Is the durability patch not a contradiction to that? 'Cause it's quite a major change.
but it wasn't.
Was it not? Okay,
No,
that's
the,
interesting.
the durability patch, I mean, it feels like Riot, at least in LEC and LCS, when they did like the player interview stuff and everyone
Mm.
talked about like the game being slower, like everything like,
Yeah.
being good, and it's like, but it's not. Like you just watch it and it's not.
Mm.
You live I mean you live a little bit longer, sure, but it's not actually changing the overarching aspect of the game.
Mm.
That's not being touched. It's not being affected. Like sure, it is slowing it down, and it did help with like some things, but ultimately, if you look at pre-durability patch and you look at modern patch, the games still flow the same. It's the same cycle. So
Interesting.
With that being said, I mean, we're not now. If we want to talk about like a different flow, then you're looking at like very old League where split pushing was legitimate.
Yeah.
And you could do things like that, or like where there were very chaotic opening strategies, like
Like Pumandu, because Pumandu's whole thing was he came from chaos, right? And he had this whole innovative strategies he would pull out. I think one of the games he played, what's the famous game that Pumandu plays where he like breaks inhibitor in 10 minutes? Someone in chat will know. Also, I saw someone say earlier this is pre-recorded, so this is proof that I'm reading chat. If someone
nice.
can remember that.
It's not pre-recorded.
It's not pre-recorded.
I don't think
Season
I've ever...
2 Heimerdinger game. I forget who they play against.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think that's a good example of that. Like just
Stuff
so
like
much
this. Yeah, I mean, the game's really stagnant right now, and it has been for about 5 years.
Is it stagnant due to human error, or is the game naturally?
Well, I think so.
Is there space for a lack of stagnation?
So I think the reason, like, obviously there's microscopic improvements that happen year over year over year, right? And you can notice that the players are getting, like, better, but they're getting better at refining things. And I think, like, the biggest example that we can point to with this is actually, like, Western players versus Eastern players at Worlds. Sometimes you do see Western players hold their own in isolated, lanes or even isolated moments. Sometimes you see Western teams take games off the Eastern teams. Now, obviously, you had like G2.
One of your biggest ontological enemies ever for
right?
Viven.
What?
One of your biggest ontological enemies ever for Viven.
There you go.
When he solo killed Faker.
Yeah. So you can see these types of things happen, or you can see like the Western players' abilities to lane, or even the minor regions, right? The wildcard regions are really good examples of this. That people are catching up to the very top, but the top isn't actually moving that much anymore. It's kind of like moving like a snail. And because it's moving at such a slow pace, everyone's just able to catch up to it. But then it's like, once everyone gets up to it, it's like just slowing down.
Yeah.
And that's the stagnation that I'm referring to, and it doesn't help with Riot's balance of the game. And Riot's balance of the game has made me really depressed, just in general, right? As someone that does patch notes every 2 weeks, reads them, has given my thoughts on them, and I have done that for almost 10 years, right? The game started getting really bad, and it was really depressing to read the patch. I mean, they just released a patch today, right? And you look at it, and it's like, why even put this out? And it just doesn't make sense. It really just doesn't make sense.
Do you feel like it's the case that now it's less that new boundaries are being forged, rather we're just sort of flicking between binaries?
Sure.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
No, I mean, I
feel like you did cover it a lot, but like, I don't know. I guess it's interesting to me to think about how. I think the key of what I was asking before is, despite, because you've answered my question there, in that Riot is not allowing for that flow to really be achieved, but how much would you also attribute that to a lack of thinking outside the box, or potentially?
Well, I think a lot of it does have to do with pro players. And what pro players, there was a quote by Ghostcrawler recently where he actually talked about game design, but I thought that his quote actually applied even to gameplay, where Ghostcrawler talked about like some sort of like game design paralysis, where he talked about like you just have a blank piece of paper, and rather than sit there and ponder if what you're going to do is wrong or if it's right, and you go through all the scenarios in your head, he just basically said, just start writing. Because you can just get a new piece of paper if something's wrong, right? It's better to just start going over something. And this was something that was actually really frustrating for me with certain players that I would even like consider, blue players, right? If we use the terminology from the interview video where we talked about, separating players into like blue or red schools of thought. And sometimes this is just, it's almost like, it's painful that people don't understand that there is value in doing something, one, that you don't fully understand, and two, doing it and failing it. Because you don't just inherently fail, you also learn why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think a lot of people don't grasp, is that you can do something that clearly might just actually be a waste of time, but you can figure out why it's a total waste of time beyond your own hypothesis.
I mean, I can almost hear it in my head. Like, I feel like the response to anything like that is just like, oh, the fuck are you talking about? You're trolling. Like, why would I do that? Like, whenever you bring up something like this.
Oh, I mean, so interestingly, one of the players that sometimes it was kind of it's interesting. Sometimes it was kind of tooth and nail on some stuff like this, not always, but some stuff was actually Fudge. With some stuff where he just would not want to just randomly start playing a champion without not randomly, but like it's like he never could get why there's merit in having his own lack of understanding be valuable for the testing. Because then there's no preconceived biases.
Yeah, of course.
Where he thinks that something's supposed to go a certain way.
Yeah.
Right? And I value that a lot because it's almost like, okay, I've reached a conclusion on, X, Y, and Z and stuff, but if you go into this blind or with not all complete information, do you see something in testing that, you know what I mean, was absent? And I think stuff like this is really valuable. And in StarCraft, or like coming from StarCraft, it's like very alien to me to encounter stuff like that. And interestingly enough, speaking about Yosh, Yosh, stuff like this used to happen a lot, actually, where I used to be the Fudge type person, and
well, yeah, I think that's
eventually he would just, tell me to shut the fuck up and just do this build. And then it just clicked, like, even if I don't get it, I get it.
Yeah.
To an extent.
I guess that's ironically, like, we've arrived at a pretty good flow there, because it was essentially what my second question was about.
Yeah.
About how that whole period of time, for those that don't know, it's something that we covered in our interview, that you were like you've just said there, you were the Kiana, Zed, Yasuo, Zerg, Stain.
Yeah, I was the red player.
Rosh Cheese red player.
Yeah.
Which you have come to loathe in sort of like an allegorical irony for your life. You were that person.
Yeah, I was the red player.
Yeah.
I just wanted to hand stiff people, and I just wanted to play with mechanics.
I think you can see it in the interview when you say it to me. It's really where it's one of the things you said that really took me back, was when you spoke about how in the inability to discern your philosophy as a synthesis that removes or has nuance attached to emotion versus logic.
Sure.
You talk about how the very unemotional way, I don't want to mischaracterize your distinction, but you talk about how to play with hands is the true thing that is removed from...
Oh, to play with hands is to be robotic.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, that's the irony when people say that I assume that the people that I'm talking to or the pro players are robots. It's ironic because it means that they don't understand what I'm saying in the first place. Because if you get what I'm saying, I'm attempting to reduce variables, allow for human error, and allow for mistakes to happen inside of the game, and then still provide you with an edge.
Whereas, for example, like a chess engine is about presenting infinite variables and picking the best one.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, you can assume that I'm not saying that the person is robotic, because otherwise my suggestions would be totally different. I mean,
and useless. It would just be play better.
Well, play better would be very funny, but then like suddenly champions that I don't think very fondly of would just suddenly be infinitely higher. On like tier lists, just because, well, you're a scripter, aren't you? Like,
Yeah, if you assume modal.
Right, exactly. So it's ironic, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess part of my question for that is, you talked about how you were that red player, and sort of in a, like I've said, like an allegorical irony, you've shifted in that way and kind of come full circle. But you've spoken on stream about Yosh's methodology and philosophy, but I think it's a very important starting point. So I just wanted you to kind of give a overarching overview of what that is, because in many ways I think it will have changed, because I think one of the main things he taught you from what you said is that what's right now is not going to be right forever, and it's a framework that can adapt. So I think it'd be interesting to hear what you characterize, because the way you described it to me is that you rather like I forget what the word is when you is it rote learn when you learn facts in school, book learn or whatever, so you like
book smart.
Not necessarily, but like more so you said the way in which you approached it, to quote what you said, is you autistically learned it, in the sense you've just kind of copied every single aspect of it down to a T, and that became your thing. So could you just kind of give us an overarching idea of what that philosophy is? Because it is the foundation of the person you are today and how you think.
I mean, So it's not about being right or wrong. It's about, can you propose or demonstrate or hypothesize something that is even, 0.5% better than the other thing? And if the answer is yes, then that's all that should matter. In theory, that's all that should matter, right? Especially if you're willing to demonstrate it. Now, the other thing, and we'll talk about this later on in the interview, but I do want to bring it up, which is variable change, right? And an example of variable change that a lot of people don't realize, but it's what I'm doing endlessly in analysis when I'm watching a game, when I'm doing a VOD review, when I'm doing live commentary, when I'm talking about a draft, whatever. Variable change is ever-ending naturally within a conversation with me about the game or how I view games and stuff. Variable change. So what is variable change? Okay, so I'll just use an example that is literally ripped from a movie. So let's say Twitch chat, or anyone watching this on YouTube or TikTok, whatever, anywhere, whatever medium someone's watching this on, you have 3 doors. And behind 2 of the doors is, just random, coal behind 2 doors. And then behind 1 door is a surplus of diamonds and gold and, whatever else, super riches. Okay.
So 2 doors with Nickish's tweets.
There you go. So you have 2 doors with coal, and you have 1 door with just riches beyond imagination. Okay, so you have 3 doors. So now you're asked to choose which door do you want. So you have 33, 33, 33. You choose 1 door, you open the door. Now, so you choose door A. So now you grab door A, okay? This is door A, all right? So now you're holding door A. The guy goes over and opens door C. Door C is coal. Okay. Now the host asks you, do you want to swap your door A with door B? The answer is yes. And most people don't get why the answer is yes. They get caught up in their emotion, they get caught up in superstition, they get caught up in their feelings. The reason that you swap is because when you chose door A, B, or C, you're 33, 33, 33. When you're given the option between A and B, you can't know what is actually behind either door. It's 50-50.
Yeah.
You've now just increased your percentage chance, and you're given another go at it. That's variable change. So, of course you change. You must change, because this option that you originally chose was 33%, and upon now being allowed to swap again with only 2 options, you just gained percentage. That's variable change happening in real time. Most people don't change the door. And that's a really confusing thing to me. So the introduction of new information, or the removal, right, of information allows you to now alter your belief or your process. Now, in League, things are happening very rapidly and stuff, right? But there's a limit, realistically, to the amount of decisions that one can make, right? Now, technically, there's not. There's like a million, there's a million moves that you could make, just like a chess engine, right? Technically, you could do these awful moves. But the reality is that in a game of League or a game of StarCraft or like game, these other types of games, there's a limited range of viable moves. And based on variable change and, what other new thing might come up, did the jungler just show top lane? Did the top laner just mess up a push on his wave or something? Variable change will be introduced into the game state and allow you to alter something that you might have just said 5 seconds ago. And that's all that it is. And it's weird to me that people are threatened, or they're almost intimidated by someone who would want to try to do that, right? On a macro scale. Even though we see other types of, variable change, like a really good example of I guess we can call it variable change, is like GeoGuessr tournaments, right? Where they can be described very minuscule aspects about planet Earth, and they can just narrow it down to like really specific locations, right? Like instantaneously. But we're supposed to be threatened by the idea that a professional League of Legends player or like team.
Is that the best example?
No, it's not the best example. These are just ones that I think are mainstream, that like esports like type fans might engage with.
Sure. I guess my question would then be, in attempting to grapple or understand what you've just said, because it's not relatively new to me. I'm familiar with it's called the Monty Hall problem, is what it's called, right?
Sure.
Yeah. But in terms of, would it be fair to say then that in terms of the variable change that you're talking about, it's most expressed in jungle actively? I guess it would be expressed in all
It can be in a bunch of things. Lane phase, right? Did someone just blunder a push? Right?
Sure, but in terms of like when you talk about the variable change being presented, would the person most able to act upon this variable change is the jungler, right? In the sense that you are actively having things happen on the map that impact what you do as a jungler.
I think if you want to really simplify it, maybe sure, maybe the
Yeah.
jungler, yeah.
I guess in what I'm trying to understand is you would think based on that with how the role like at the highest level, at least I would anticipate the jungler has to like actively be looking at all points on the map and making informed decisions
But we
based
know
on
that they don't.
do you think that that's a thing that people don't do?
Well, we know that they don't. I mean, we used to have first-person views, right? And it was really funny. Like, I mean, it was a meme at one point, right? Like, Canyon plays on lock camera while he full clears. Now, we don't have, like, you know, what his teammates are saying, but it is really funny, right? Canyon is one of the best junglers in the world, but he plays on, like, lock camera. So that was a meme at some point, like, on Twitter. Like, someone compared, like, a side-by-side of Faker's POV and Canyon's, right? That Canyon looks at his teammates less than Faker does, and Canyon's just full clearing. So, you know, stuff like that.
That is interesting because you would assume that like that would be, again, in my mind, that's like a relatively intuitive thing that you would make informed decisions based on changing variables within a game. But as you've said there, I guess, I mean, like you say, you don't hear the comms, but that is probably one of the best junglers in the world that doesn't do that. What would you think would be, because you spoke about there's a difference there between variables changing. Sorry, what was the phraseology you used? The word before variables.
Which,
Fuck, I've lost my train of thought completely.
okay, no, that's fine.
No, but like you talked about, there's a difference between the variables constantly changing outside of game and informing that because of the constant like patch cycle and things like this. But like in terms of actively in the game, could you give me other examples of like people like the inability to see variables that are actively changing? Because one of the first things you said is that you're constantly doing this as a process when you're watching VODs back, which I can imagine is different than actually playing in the games themselves. So where is the disconnect? Because I think one of the most important things we're going to tackle onto here is the fact that you see things that presumably other people can't see, which is where the disconnect with them understanding what you're saying comes from.
Well, I think a lot of it is like the min-maxing, right? And that's where the frustration comes in. So like some of the tweets, like let's take towards the end of Worlds, right? The stuff that was very nauseating. Why does it take 4 or 5 weeks into Worlds for the bot laners to stop going D-Blade versus D-Blade? Why does it take 4 or 5 weeks for them to realize something that they realized in earlier iterations of Summer and Spring Split, that D-Blade versus D-Blade doesn't make any sense because it's non-lethal lanes. Even if it were a lethal lane, they would have to be making the claim that the 80 HP would be immediately necessary prior to the activation or, you know, using of a second pot from either a refillable opening or a longsword 3 pot opening, you know, something like this, right? These types of questions, right? Why does it take so long? Even though you can demonstrate it, that's the most aggravating part to me as someone that's watching it, is that it's demonstrable. And it's so bizarre to me that demonstrable things face as much resistance as they do in this scene and in this space. When someone is willing to just endlessly say, like, I will demonstrate it, and the other person's like, no, that's okay. Well, why is that okay? Why is that not alarming? But it's also it's more alarming to me that upper managements, who you would assume would possess skills to recognize these types of language, you know, or these types of things happening in conversations, or these types of things that supersede League of Legends, right? It doesn't have to just do with League of Legends, and yet that's being fumbled over and not being zoned in on more as like a problem that I guess radiates through the I don't know if you want to call it coaching space or coaching sphere. It's very confusing.
It is interesting. There was a comment I saw, because it's something that we'll get into later, because you posted a whole thing about like Planck's principle, which is the idea that basically, it's a really good way they summed it up actually.
Sure.
Principle. Basically, science progresses one funeral at a time.
Yes.
Which I think is a topic to get into later. But I saw under the tweet, there was someone who commented something about are you familiar with the replicability crisis?
No.
So this is something that I've only looked into recently. So if I make any massive conflations or mischaracterizations, then I apologize. It's something that I'll have to stand corrected to in the future. But generally speaking, my understanding of it is that essentially a lot of lower level scientific experiments, if they've been peer reviewed, where the general assumption would be that that peer review means that they've actually been replicated, it's actually more of a hypothetical plausibility stamp of approval. So a lot of experiments on a general basis don't actually get, like, especially at like a soft science level, like psychology and stuff like this. Like, this never gets repeated. It's just based off of like authority and like, is this plausible based on who's doing the research, who's funding the research, XYZ. So there's like a major crisis in terms of like actual truth within the scientific space, because a lot of things is like based on so much trust and authority, right? And I was thinking, because that's like a very interesting topic that this person, like, because obviously the person was talking about like applications towards League, and I had to like figure out, like, because that is a very interesting and potential problem. And if you apply that to League of Legends, I mean, you have so many different ramifications in terms of like what we understand to be good in terms of like sports psychologists. You think about like how Waldo coming onto the scene, Mind Games Waldo, and like all of these idea that like some practice regimens involve like yoga or like physical therapy or like XYZ, things like this, that could entirely, not to say that they're not potentially helpful, they could be, but the point being, that's the thing that people attach onto. Oh, you're saying it's not helpful. I'm saying that we don't know necessarily. And I think that's kind of what you're tacking onto there, that there is so much within the space that is like so unreplicable by hypothesis. It feels like almost that we ignore. It's weird that we ignore that which can be proven with actual methodology.
Yes. That's one of my main frustrations,
Yeah, for sure. Well, I just wanted to break it down into sort of that kind of theory, because it's like there is a world.
Well, yeah,
there is a real world application for
right. Yeah, it's very bizarre, especially because a lot of these things come to fruition, or they come to be because you can find isolated instances where they exist, and then if you can find it happening by chance. It's sort of like in science, right? Or like in nature or outside or something. If something happens even by chance, it means that it can be remade intentionally. To an extent, unless we're talking about like really crazy stuff, right? That which goes beyond perhaps our comprehension of like science and stuff. But for the most part, yeah, it is really nauseating. Especially because we do know that which wasn't possible yesterday by pro players is possible today.
Also,
mechanically, well, just mechanically in general, right? You look at pros and how effortlessly nowadays they can get 11 CS, 12 CS a minute if they're under virtually no pressure. But even years ago, that was not a thing. It would have been a lot more difficult. F keys, right? I was the first person that proposed that everyone should use F keys. And when I put out that video, I was mocked, ridiculed, inflamed. Now, obviously, I think a lot of people tone policed me on the way that I was saying it, right? But it still didn't affect the overall message, right? And then I was met with appeal to authorities that no pro players use F keys, right? Pro players that stream on Twitch or Owned or Azubu or like, Afrika, etc., they don't use F keys. So if it was so useful, why don't pros use F keys? Nowadays, we know that people use F keys because it's just objectively better. And even back then, my main argument is that you can demonstrate that it's objectively better. You can demonstrate that it's superior, it's faster, it's more efficient, it's easier on the hands, and that there's benefit that you can't argue with. And it's mind-numbing to me, and it makes me want to just put a gun to the temple of my mouth, like
in-game.
Like you can say in-game, but it's more alarming to me when I can sit in rooms with upper management or people, and I'm almost like. I'm disturbed by how effortlessly you can ask them questions after question that would showcase that like the current layout or structure of so many things that are done is just really bad. And it's more alarming to me that they don't actually seem concerned with changing it. And it's extremely alarming to me, as I alluded to a couple of minutes ago, that people that should be very high up, they should be able to recognize things that are just conversation-driven, language-driven. These are skill sets that don't have to do with League of Legends. They're everyday world, applications, etc. And it's weird that they would not see an ability to, question trap someone very simply as an extremely alarming thing to be a part of their structure. And what I mean by question trap is like you can ask just a few questions to really show that or undermine the way that the entire structure is laid out.
Well, it's sort of the similar process you would use if you go on like a show like The Apprentice or whatever. It's the kind of questions they ask you to really prove how flawed your business plan is, right? They start asking you things like this. So I guess what you're saying there is that essentially in a lot of your conversations with upper management, that there's a lot of room to grow, I suppose.
Well, it's just it's bizarre to me.
Mm.
I don't understand it. But more so, I get disturbed by they don't seem to
Yeah,
care about
the more disturbing thing is not that they are so unequipped, more that they are not in some way concerned that they are unequipped. Because
right.
you're actively proving to them how unequipped they are, yet they're sort of like, oh, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Which to me is confusing because it's like, does that come from a place of, I mean, my immediate theory would be in the there is a degree of wanting to worship mediocrity as it protects the status quo. I think that's something that doesn't just exist. I mean, I'll say
Well, I think no one ever wants their bubble popped,
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
right? No one wants that.
I mean, I would say just from my perspective as a creative, not that I've really made it far up the rung, but having interacted with the people on like quite a bit higher and having spoken to you about things, that I think a similar thing exists on the creative aspect of like content as well, whereby there's a real kind of it feels very much like to me that like there's a lot of people that like don't want their mediocrity exposed because
Right.
for their
Sure.
mediocrity to be exposed, it increases their workload about tenfold.
Sure.
And I think that when you also do that, when you pop that bubble, like you're saying, you also expose another thing, which is the immense overpayal of pretty much everyone,
Sure.
because the work is not proportionate to the amount they're being paid. If you
Well,
assume
that's
that,
another problem with esports in
yeah,
general, but perhaps not other industries and businesses. But yeah, esports for sure. Yeah.
yeah, which I can imagine is probably quite annoying because you consider yourself to be a major grinder.
Well, I think not a lot of people in the space are grinders. Um, yeah, I don't think there's many grinders in the space. Not even just including myself. Like what I mean by that is like, um, most people, if their work calls for 8 hours in esports, they're probably only working like 75, 80% of it, which I don't know, I mean, it does seem weird because on the other side of the spectrum, right, there's people whose work calls for 8 and then they work like 16 or like 14, right? And some people
Yeah,
would say that's unhealthy, but those are generally the people that help keep things alive in a way, right? It's almost like a tug of war.
hmm.
And so it's weird. Esports is interesting.
Would just like to point out that when I said he was a grinder, it wasn't a gay reference. Sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah, I guess in that you're kind of going into what essentially is the overarching umbrella of what one of your major issues is. We spoke about it in our interview a lot, like discernibility, the inability to kind of extract synthesis or conclusions from actual overarching methodology, which is I can imagine it's quite annoying for you because it's something for me that having spoken to you, and I think one of the reasons it's like literally when we were going over topics to discuss, it's like literally one of the first things you said is dash discernibility with no sort of further clarification on what you meant by that. And I think part of that is for me, not to read too much into that, is that I think it haunts all aspects of your career. In that it haunts your hiring practices, it haunts your
Discernibility, yeah.
public interaction, it haunts your like.
So, I mean, discernibility, I think a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people want to believe that they all possess discernibility because they can watch a video, right? I think that's what people think, anyway. But realistically, and I wish that there was more experiments like this, or I wish that there were more videos like this where you have mainstream figureheads actively lie in a video with others, like in a round circle, right? You get like 6 like notable figures, and you have them sometimes tell the truth, and then other times actively lie and defend it, right?
And the good thing about that as well is you could pay them because they normally do it for free.
Sure. So research it in there. So that would be, I think, good type of content. And this was something that I incorporated in my coaching towards the end.
Really? Okay.
Was actively lying in the coaching to see if the student would just blindly agree with me, or if
Which
they could
is really
discern.
interesting because if you go back, one of the only examples I've ever seen of a student actively disagree with you in a meaningful way was Bwippo.
Sure.
Bwippo in his coaching session with you, actually, strangely enough, is sort of saying consistently, "Don't think you're right on that. I actually think this is right." And you
Yeah,
actually end up.
that was me and Revan, right? With Whippo. Was it me and
I'm
Revan?
not sure if Revan's in that video. I don't think so.
Okay, there is one with me and Revan and
Okay.
Whippo, yeah.
But that's interesting because it's like he's actively challenging you, and you end up actually moving the goal, not moving the, but you end up agreeing with him on a lot of things, and it kind of becomes, it doesn't necessarily become a thing of who's right and who's wrong. It's more just
What is better?
yeah,
That's all that
exactly.
matters.
Yeah.
Right. It's not, am I right? It's what's better.
Well, also there's like multiple ways of playing it a lot of the time, right? And it's about like, well, you keep going back to the chess engine, for example, but like it's like chess engine initially, like if you look at like Stockfish, when you're playing with Stockfish, it will initially calculate like 3 moves, and then it spends the next like 20 seconds cycling through.
Right.
1 second it will say this move's better. 1 second it will say this move's better. So that's kind of what it felt like to me. But it's interesting to see that you talk about how you were actively lying to people towards the end of your coaching. What kind of things were you saying, just out of interest?
I would just I would tell them something would happen with a minion wave, or I would tell them something that would happen with like a rotation or where a wave would be. Mostly just to see if can they catch it? Can they catch what I'm saying is wrong or inaccurate? Because normally this would come after me having explained to them how to deduce, the answer to this problem in the first place, right? And then I would incorporate the lie later, and I'd see, can you catch it, right? I've already given you the way to catch it. Can you catch it? And if they can't catch it, why are you just blindly agreeing with me?
To play devil's advocate, do you feel like this is part of the reason why you became, I can imagine from your perspective that I would become disenfranchised with the public coaching process because so much of your motivation, presumably, is to better the populace in terms of teaching them. But so many people that are going to be coming to you are coming to you because of who you are. So it becomes less about what you're teaching, less about the words, more about the mouth it comes from, so to speak. Hence the example you just given, when you're lying, it doesn't necessarily matter because a lot of these people are just blindly following what you're saying. So you end up becoming a sort of walking monument to the same thing that you critique.
Yeah, I think that also, well, that was one of the things that I think is off-putting, and then the other thing with it was, I just stopped public coaching because I didn't need to do it anymore, and that was like, I've talked about that before. Felt really bad, one, at what the cost was getting at, because I kept increasing the cost to match demand.
Yeah.
And then I felt like, sort of like what you're talking about, a lot of people were just coming to me because it's me, not because necessarily like what I'm offering.
Yeah.
And then I didn't need to do it anymore. So those few things combined is why I stopped public coaching.
That's fair. I think that is the implicit danger. Like sort of what I'm saying there, just to kind of further clarify, is that one of the biggest problems that you will have, and we've spoken about it, and you've sort of touched on it already, is that it's not necessarily like a lot of there's a lot of authority bias attached and a big popularity contest when it comes to discourse.
So with discernibility, right? I kind of wanted to talk about this towards the end. You know what I'm referring to, the mirror image, right?
Yes. Clarify.
Yeah. Discernibility in the sense if there was a clone, right?
Okay.
So I don't know if I actually want to talk about this right now or like more towards the end, because I do want to save like more of like the gripes that I have that leads me to this current moment, right?
Sure.
Towards the end. But yeah, discernibility is it is really big because it's bizarre because there's discernibility while watching and there's discernibility while recreating, right? Recreating is like, let's say a jungle clear, right? You can discern that a jungle clear is slow, but there's one thing to say that the jungle clear is slow and then know how it's better and then go into practice tool.
For example, there's 2 ways of evaluating it. You would look at someone who did it faster, or you would work out, oh, you didn't cue this properly. And
yes, exactly. And either you talk about the minutia or what are you doing? I don't know.
Yeah, interesting. Fuck, what was my point? I lost my point there. Shit. See, this is what happens, guys.
That's
when it's live, I don't even get a cut.
It's pre-recorded.
Yeah, it is pre-recorded. I guess I wanted to go back to, I feel like we didn't necessarily completely cover. Do you feel like you gave an overarching view of what your methodology is that you inherited from Yosh? Like, just if you if you sort of package it in the way that, I don't know, you're running for president of the.
It's bizarre. It's really bizarre to me because especially like the last few years, I've had to deal with. I'm not even defending myself. I'm defending an identity that people have erected of me that isn't what I actually think, right? People attack these beliefs that I apparently have that I don't have.
What do you think are the beliefs that they attack you for?
Well, I think the general belief is that I always think that I'm right, even though that's not true, right? I think that a lot of times I hypothesize that I've provided a more optimal solution, right? But that doesn't inherently mean that I'm right. But also, even that is a weird thing in itself, because you can actually find lots of clips where I just openly like concede points and
I guess
stuff.
this relates
like
to, I mean,
cognitive dissonance.
essentially what you're saying here is a breakaway from, because this is the two sides of the argument, and to play devil's advocate is, whilst you say that essentially you are allowing your ability to hypothesize and create a framework that is essentially about min-maxing, the devil's advocate position, and then a position that Cadrell took when he critiqued you was essentially, he said that you succumb to is it the sharpshooter fallacy, where essentially you
shoot like 100
you shoot
things.
inaccurate bullets and you draw the circles around them. So basically, it's a really fancy way of saying moving the goalpost. I don't know why I didn't just say that, because we play a lot of football in the UK as well. But yeah, it's interesting because those are the two different sides, right? You're essentially saying that you hypothesize on the level that is essentially akin to min-maxing.
Right, the really weird thing, I mean, I've already addressed the sharpshooter fallacy stuff in the past. The other thing about that is when people want to claim that I'm wrong this often, they should be able to cite so many things. It should be overwhelming, right? I should actually just openly be saying things endlessly that are just so egregiously wrong that you should just be able to quickly search something that is wrong or erroneous, right? But that's not the case. And what's really funny about that clip, the one that you're referencing, right?
The examples he uses.
The examples that he used in the clip come to fruition later by pro players.
Also,
like he criticized like Rocket Belt on Italy, but then Canyon started playing Rocket Belt in Italy. Italy started using Rocket Belt. But his own argument for it is appeal to authority. It's not based in logic. And so it was funny in that regard, right? So I think like the Nidalee example was really good there. I think like there was a Jace example that I ended up talking about. I think Renekton was really good because
I think the other example was he said that you thought that Lee Sin was really dog shit at the time that Tian won Worlds on it and was like first rotationing it.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't matter if he
wins.
I guess
is an appeal to authority.
It's an appeal to authority, yeah. It's appeal to authority. But again, this isn't what makes a champion isn't that it's popular. It's not what makes a champion good. Most people actually can't answer the question what makes a champion good, which is a really funny thing. Now, if you ask a deck builder from like a TCG, what really makes a card good, and you listen to their answer, and if they give you a long form answer, it's really, really good, right? And again, this is why I feel really bad because we just had one of the best deck builders in TCG history, like living here for a month, Reynad. And it would have been really good to have him like talk about like what makes a card good, right? Because obviously, like when new sets come out, you'll get like, Hearthstone or Magic or Pokemon rundowns by like creators, right? And they'll give pretty simple overviews. But when you get really extraordinary deck builders to explain what makes a card good, they'll go into the real meat of why the card is good in the format. They'll talk about every like thing about like the average mana cost of the set and why that card's mana cost lines up against like a lot of different plays that a lot of the popular decks are going to run, and like its durability or like its attack power lines up against like a lot of very common board states that are likely to develop, and like all this other type of stuff. And you get this really, really fruit packed or meat packed substance answer. And when you ask people what makes a champion good, usually they just say it's popular or that a lot of pros play it. They can't actually break down what makes it good. Now, the thing that I lost my mind about at Worlds, and it was really weird that I even was oddly like attacked for it, was like I tried talking about Rumble for 15 months, and then I even joked that he got buffed again, which made no sense. But Rumble, probably the best top laner at Worlds, like in terms of, or like both most popular and then like I guess most prevalently picked in relation to power. You can go into why Rumble ought to be good, right? You can hypothesize it, and then you can demonstrate it. You can go into 1v1s, and you can do all these things. And you can explain what makes it good. And I think that that's really sad. I think Ivern is another like really bizarre thing where in summer everyone could see just how disgusting this champion was. At Worlds, he just disappeared right after the early stages because Eastern teams just don't play Ivern. But there's no denying how disturbing the champion is, right? If you actually assess what makes the champion good. This stuff's God, I'm going off the balcony. You know, it's fine.
I have to thought trap you here
Yeah,
and see how you work your way out of this, because
All right.
I think it would be wrong of me not to bring this up.
All right, go ahead.
But we spoke about how Kate were talking about Tian playing Lee Sin and it being him reaching success with it as an appeal to authority.
Sure.
Is it not then an appeal to authority to say that you were right, that Protobot was good because Canyon played it?
No, I was using it ironically.
Oh, okay.
Right. No, that's what I'm using it ironically. No, Rockabelle was correct.
Yeah.
For reasons that has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with Canyon.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the person.
I just felt like immediately when you said that was immediately
irony.
Yeah.
That's the irony.
No, it's not what I think necessarily, but it's more so
Sure,
like
sure.
it's immediately that's going to be the counterpoint, right? So I just wanted to make
sure. Yeah.
Fuck. We've outlined sort of the. One of the things I wanted to ask you is we talked about this in the interview, but you're someone that like faced like intense harassment from a very young age.
Yeah, my whole life.
In a way that like I know you've spoken about like you don't want to see like any of the young players like face, and I can imagine like having taking Griffin under your wing now, like I'm sure you're like very happy that like that kind of harassment doesn't exist. Although I don't think he'd be bothered by it because he's just a complete, I don't know how to describe
Griffin's a walking antidepressant.
He's just that's mine, by the way. I coined that.
You said that, yeah.
I would also call him a moron savant. Like he just has an innate ability to just sort of. It's sort of weird. It's like my best analogy for Griffin would be, so we've talked about flatland theory, right? The idea that like 2D shapes in a 2D universe could never conceptualize what a 3D universe is.
Yeah.
And like how it would break their mind to see a 3D universe. He's like a 2D shape, but like the 3D universe he can see is just like Steamboat Willie. Like it's just a Disney cartoon. That's his 3D world. Like it's not anything to do with like geometry or anything placed in like actual being useful, but like he's just insane.
0.68.
Huh?
0.68.
Yeah, he made the most insane appeal to authority. Speaking of that the other day, where like, literally I was talking to him about something and he just went. He just, I was saying he was wrong about something and he just shouted in my face, 6.0 GPA. 6.0 GPA. Which is just insane. It's like, what do you say at that point? Really? Nothing to say. Like, but I went on a bit of a tangent there, but you're someone that dealt with intense harassment from an early age where you were just sort of like under immense scrutiny for everything you did. I know that, like people used to like make fun of you. Like you would like post drunk sometimes on the forum, and then just like that would be an audio recording that existed for like 3 years of making fun of you for, which I can imagine for being like a relatively awkward kid that is autistic that you didn't know at the time, and like you said to me that you didn't have like many friends in school and stuff like this, or like the friends that you had were like the awkward kids as well.
Yeah, with the other rejects.
Yeah. And like I can imagine that means that you're in a position whereby you're like constantly questioning and like feeling intensely insecure about like your own ability to express for fear of scrutiny, like constantly and constantly. I wonder how much of that, not to psychoanalyze you, because one of the things that this is why I want to play devil's advocate in a way, because you characterize your nature of being very transparent, open DMs, constantly arguing with people. Obviously, you angle that from the point of like transparency and not shying away from debate. But I wonder if there is a degree of self-awareness within you that potentially this comes from a intense fear and insecurity of misinterpretation, or potentially withheld and overall and subdued feelings from that time in your life.
No, I think the record hoarding comes from my childhood. I think that has to do. I think that's like based in like trauma and past, right? Where I keep records of everything.
Yeah.
So like I back up every hard drive, right? I don't throw away phones. I back up the phones, like if I'm gonna get a new phone, right? I think that comes from that, because I won't let people lie about me. And incidentally enough, there's been several times now in esports where like that saved me from situations that could have probably just gone very bad. right? Like the Tempo Storm situation with Saint Vicious, where Saint had made like accusations about my time on Gravity, and I still had the hard drive, and I don't think he expected me to still have the hard drive 2 years later. So I had all the backed up scrims.
Yeah.
So I was able to be like, oh well, Chuck Testa, like this.
Chuck Testa.
Chuck Testa, actually, I still have all the scrims, and what you're saying here is a lie. So, but I've had to deal with this stuff often, right?
I think the annoying thing about that for me, for being someone that like doesn't like the idea that you have to exist in this intense paranoia, because it's weird, because I don't know, it almost
I'd rather be
bears,
safe than sorry.
of course, but
Right.
it almost bears a sort of cyclical irony with your approach to game, whereby you've already reached a conclusion, but unfortunately the conclusion is rooted in a sort of what is it? Inexorable logic, in that you continue to be proven right by it. Like it shouldn't statistically make sense that so many times you need this backed up evidence to worm your way out of situations, or avoid situations.
Yeah, and I get really nervous sometimes when like I feel like there were moments or something that I should have had something and I didn't. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like in any way, by collecting records in this and being so meticulous in your sort of, I think one of the first things you said during this interview was being motivated by fear. Do you feel like in any way you manifest any of this?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of my real big main I mean, it's weird to call it a motivator, but fear is like one of the main motivators for me. I've talked about that a lot in interviews and
Yeah. I think more so, I guess what I'm saying is, in collecting all of these records, is it's sort of not inviting. It's kind of, it's weird. It is the snake that eats itself, because on the one hand, if you didn't have these things, then you would be fucked over, and I think the world has shown
well,
you.
there was a
The world has
couple
shown
of
you
incidences where
yeah,
it did save me, and then there's all the other ones where it didn't.
yeah,
But again, I'd rather err on the side of caution because I'm fully aware of what happens in this industry.
yeah.
So
That's what I'm saying is kind of a double-edged sword, and I think it's more tragic than anything. Not that I don't know, there's not really any way to sort of stop you from doing this, or I
getting
can.
another drink. I can still hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
can hear you.
great.
He's gone into the laundry room. That's where the dog treats are.
What?
Can you get me? I put like a cold aloe vera in there earlier. Can you get?
No. I think I took that one.
You drank it?
I think I did actually. Yeah.
So you just saw that in there, and you were just like, "Oh, I didn't put that there."
I thought I got
Someone else must
lucky.
have.
I thought I got lucky. You
Oh,
know?
you thought you got lucky?
Thought I got a little lucky.
I'm surprised that someone that considers themselves so self-made believes in the existence of luck. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you make your own luck. Create the opportunities.
Or get someone else to make your own luck for you, I suppose, in this instance.
Exactly.
But my question, essentially, I think I kind of lost my train of thought there. Essentially, is it's a shame that you have to exist in such a paranoid frame of mind all the time. But it's this double-edged sword whereby you are constantly being proven right.
Yeah.
You are constantly being proven right by all of these things. So, I guess, where do you go from here? Do you feel like there is any space for you to exist as a less paranoid person?
Well, I mean, I think in general I got a lot better, right, over the last like year. Just because I made conscious efforts to suppress or go against my normal approach to things, you know. But no, I think in general, like,
When you say suppress or go against your approach, can you elaborate on that at all?
well, I mean, I think it's a double-edged sword, right? It makes me think of like a lot of the conversations that I've had with like closer friends and stuff, where they'll say that it feels a lot different talking to me this year than in previous years, because I just have more control over my knee-jerk reaction or like response to situations.
Yeah. Well, it's something that I'm sure you won't mind me talking about. I don't know if I'm having deep conversations with you about it. It's sort of, you talk about how you have an incapability of not analyzing everything that is said to you and everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, you've made fun of me for it, not in a mean way,
Yeah, yeah.
right? But like, I mean, it was even happening yesterday, right, on that
Yeah.
stream that we did. I can't not do it, you know? Some people find it weird and off-putting,
Yeah.
but I don't consciously think about doing it. It just it happens.
It's a natural consequence.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you always been like that, or was there like a turning point? I suppose with having to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, right? Because the way that I was brought up by my uncles, with like the games and critical thought and the puzzles and the mental puzzles and
Hmm.
everything that they used to have me do from like age 2 onward, because it just ingrained in me. I mean, I think the answer is probably yeah. Um,
That applies to a more of a logical stratum, though. I'm also saying in terms of like your emotional reaction to people is that you constantly are trying to. You'd assume the logical extension of like working out what body language and what people are really saying and like working out these things is sort of a mistrust in their intentions potentially. Not mistrust, but more so just trying to be very clear on what everyone's intentions are.
sure, sure, sure. I read a lot into people's behavior, word choice, patterns, tone,
Yeah.
and I try to keep not like log. I don't keep like physical logs, but I try to always remember
Mm.
their patterns. And when there's deviation, what does that mean?
Do you recognize that there is an implicit irony or potential weakness in having this method of thought in that a lot of people will not be as neurotic as you and do not attribute anywhere near the amount of thought into what they say?
Um,
For example, I'll say, like, I've spoken to you a little bit about how my brain works, so I don't have an active dialogue at all.
sure.
So I have no voice in my brain that dictates what I thought. It sort of just spills out of me. So quite often there's not a lot of thought going into what I'm actually saying.
Sure.
So that I think often a lot of I make a lot of
Right, right.
Freudian slips or things that necessarily haven't really had much thought go
But it
through.
comes from somewhere.
Of course, yeah. But I will also say that I'm probably a rare example in that sense, but there are a lot of people otherwise that like don't necessarily put any thought or like might not even be thinking about how they come across and
Hmm.
their true intentions are relatively masked behind thing. Whereas I think it would be fair to attribute that level of analysis to someone else that puts an intense amount of thought the way that you do. But
Hmm.
I think you are a rarity in that sense.
Okay.
Do you see that as a criticism?
I don't see it as a criticism.
No, I mean,
See it.
not as a criticism, but do you recognize that as potentially being a downside to the way that you think?
No, because I don't feel the emotional side of it.
Hmm. So it's less that you refute it, more that you can't feel it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So I guess like that is an interesting thing to kind of grapple with. I can imagine for a lot of viewers that this kind of will go into a lot of other aspects of your life, that it's not necessarily that you refuse to understand other people's perspective, more that you can't empathize with it because you don't know what it feels like.
Sometimes this happens, right? I think the best example of it happening recently on stream was like there was a conversation which I think you know a lot of people would remember. It was between me, Crowny, Sam, and Solar Baka. And I was literally just trying to explain to them that I can acknowledge what they're saying, and I can, write it down, and I can look at it, and I can understand what the words mean and everything, but I can't feel it the way that they're explaining it to me.
Yeah,
Sometimes that happens, sure.
I think that's very interesting because it sort of allows a perspective on you that kind of comes from. Because I think one of the things we want to get onto, and I think one of the things that you spoke to me about is how non-agreeable you've kind of always been, and how that as a narrative has kind of been mispurposed and reformed into something that is not. But a lot of your non-agreeability, how much do you think it is tied to the ability to connect to some things?
Well, depends on the thing that we're talking
No,
about,
of course, it's
right?
an
Because like there's
umbrella term.
something that we talk
That's the
about.
irony because it's a very
Right.
specific
Right.
thing. Yeah,
It's always specific, right?
yeah.
It is always specific. It's variable change in a way. It's very specific.
Yeah.
Because personality and these things are not static. They're
Mhm.
fluid, right? That you can't just pinpoint like, oh, this person's always going to respond this way to this, or something like that. I don't think that's the case. Now, you and I had a conversation, which I don't want to talk about because I think probably can't, right? I think it was yesterday, about our perspective on engaging with certain uh, how do I word that? You know what I'm alluding to, I
No,
think. No?
actually.
Okay. You said that you wouldn't take something from
Oh yeah,
certain thing. Okay, so you know
okay.
what I'm referring to, okay. And I said that I would, under the belief that it wouldn't matter if I do or not, but I can repurpose it. or something, right? Like that's something where I can't feel emotionally what you're feeling, even though I acknowledge.
You can only apply cold logic to it, yeah.
Right, I can only apply cold logic to it, and the cold realization that this is just how it is, and like this is what's going to happen, right? And I compartmentalize it.
But do you not see that there's an intense, incongruent contradiction somewhat that might not actually manifest it in a meaningful way, but that there is an incongruence in the sense that you are so able to logically accept how a system and a stratum is set up, but also be so uncomfortably attempting to create walls and windows out of an already formulated box?
Um, yeah, perhaps. I just think, what is the end? What's the end goal of it?
Hmm.
That's all that I really care about, in a way. Or if I think that
But
it's
there's a
going to happen.
mismatch there somewhat, no? In the sense that there's in terms of ability to accept the system for what it is in a sort of a nihilistic way. That to me, in that specific example, which I'm sure will apply to others, is in direct
Yeah,
combative
I'm sure.
effect with.
Right. I'm sure that we could expand upon it, and yeah, we could probably expand upon it and like talk about it like more and stuff, because I'm sure that there's even more like thought that goes into like why I'm saying what I'm
Yeah.
saying, right?
Well, I'm not interested in the proxy,
Right.
but it's more so the overarching logics I
Hmm.
think it will apply to further things, right?
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is what is interesting to me there, that there is an incongruence between those two things. But
Um.
I think overarching, what is most interesting to me is I think that there is a general perception of you as someone that is willfully misunderstanding necessarily sometimes, but it's more so that it comes from a place of not necessarily being able to connect to that. So I guess like how do you rectify that or ratify, come to peace with that? Because I can imagine
I
that
don't think I ever intentionally try to misunderstand someone.
what I'm saying is that like I think where people might interpret it as that it's more that you you don't necessarily connect with it.
Right. If I don't think that the reason, if I think the reason, if I think a primary reason for what they're saying is based in emotion,
Sure.
yeah, then I just don't care almost.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Trying to think what I was saying towards what did I say towards the end there? Just before you said that.
You were talking about that I can't feel what they're feeling, pretty much.
You kind of feel in general. It's interesting because being around you, you are a very like emotional person.
Sure.
So what is it about? I suppose it's because I mean I guess it's a silly question in some ways because you are forced to feel your own emotions.
Well, I mean, I feel emotions for other people too, pretty intensely.
For
Bothers
sure.
me. Like, you know.
So if you could characterize, because based on what we're talking, I think it'd be interesting to see if you can place it. Like where do you think the gaps in your emotional?
But I feel that, so interestingly enough, I feel those emotions through thought.
Hmm. It's not a feeling necessarily.
Well, it is. It manifests physically. Because I think we were talking about this yesterday, that I feel memory physically.
Hmm.
And that's a very uncomfortable thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why that happens. But yeah, so it's mostly the thought. Yeah, I don't know how to describe this better. Yeah, I don't know actually.
So you feel memory physically, and I know you've also spoken to me about like there's a very funny anecdote where you told me about like how someone was like writing a tweet. God, I've just like swallowed something. It's completely changed how my voice sounds.
Okay.
That's really weird. It's like drink.
Okay.
It sounded like Kermit the Frog for a second.
Okay.
You told me this like really funny anecdote where you basically were like, oh, you like in live action saw someone write a tweet that was like, ah, like scream laughing, and you're like literally watching them with a blank face, and how you don't understand that.
Oh, I envy the ability to do that.
Yeah, because you have like you told me you have like a physical aversion to doing that and like pretending about that or lying.
Yeah. So it really bothers me. I mean, well, this goes into like stuff that is like in the scene, right? Where it's all for show in a lot of ways, right? People will like. I mean, yeah. I mean, I was telling you the story, right? I was watching someone write a series of tweets, and I'm just looking at them, and their body language and their face does not in any way, shape, or form match the tweets. And it tilts me into oblivion, because it's also like, why are we doing this? And because also in my mind, it makes me think, well, we don't have to, there's no reason to fabricate to this extent, or there's no reason that you're not actually forced to write the tweets. Or you're not forced to like make these videos or make these reactions and like all this other type of stuff. Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
I guess that does make sense.
Can you turn that? Turn the. I don't like the screen's like the color white is actually like so.
I saw someone in chat saying something about like there being an issue with like maybe you tilting your head and it like janks the audio.
Oh, really? I mean, we're fine now, no?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that like no one is, you know.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's me? Really? What am I doing?
Good job.
There's no way I'm fucking. I'll just have a microphone, bro.
That's fine, dude. All right.
All right, cool. I think that's an interesting topic to go over, like kind of your emotional, where the gaps in emotion exist versus your logic, because it ties very directly to the synthesis of the game, I think, and your overarching philosophy of the game. I wanted to ask you something else in terms of like, how much do you as a person, because I think it would be fair to describe you as a, would you accept the characterization that you're a relatively eccentric person?
In what ways? Like, for examples?
Well, obviously due to your eye condition, you live largely in the dark. Like I think your like the way that you speak is very different to a lot of other people in the scene, and that you're quite funny, but you can draw upon lots of different points of reference. Like you're quite known for doing that Mickey Mouse voice back in the day. You're obviously gay, which is like something that doesn't necessarily widely exist in the space as well.
Well, not publicly.
Not publicly,
Yeah.
exactly. And multitude of other different things, I think, as well. The fact that you in League of Philosophy is a rare. So I think there is like a fairness in saying like, and also like I don't know stuff like there's so many clips of you like fondly raging like the cut the western shit like stuff like this. I think I wanted to ask you like in terms of like it might be difficult for you to evaluate yourself as a person or like look outwards of yourself in some ways because that's difficult to do for anyone, but also added to the fact that you are autistic. How much do you think that your eccentricity adds to people's like bad faith engagement with you? Because I can imagine that due to the ability to get a rise out of you a lot of the time, like I think anyone in chat can like just type something. There must be a lot of people that type shit in chat that like they know is going to get like a reaction out of you.
Sure.
How much do you think that your general personality and like how highly strong that you could potentially be at times leads to bad faith engagements with you?
Well, I mean, I mean, I don't know. There's very little bad faith engagements that I think I've ever had publicly with like figureheads, right? This actually goes back to the non-agreeableness that we talked about earlier on, and I mean, we should probably move to like the drama and non-agreeableness topic, like maybe right after this one. But like, fundamentally being non-agreeable, one would imagine that there's going to be a lot of butting of heads and like confrontations and this stuff. And I think that there's a major difference between butting heads with some random person in Twitch chat and butting heads with a figurehead in the community.
Sure.
And the latter rarely happens, right? For how actively engaged I've been for a decade.
Right? Of course, but I'm not really characterizing your engagement with random people as sort of like a evidence of you being argumentative or like potentially someone that is not agreeable. It's more so for me, it represents a sort of a, I don't know, it makes you a little bit less, it makes you more of a Diogenes than an Aristotle, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean by that? So like Aristotle, like obviously would have done is like, if I'm getting the right guy, someone in chat will correct me. It's more about like, you know, going to the public universities and giving all these speeches, whereas Diogenes was like pissing in a barrel and sort of giving his speeches in the street.
Okay.
After wanking into a barrel or something like this, you know? I feel like potentially you by engaging in such low form of argument with some people, do you feel like in some ways you debase your art form in some ways?
thought about it like that, which is why I've always had open mediums, right? I've always allowed my DMs to be open. I reply to everyone, especially if they have like a good, well, I used to reply to everyone like all the time. Nowadays, it's less rare. It depends on the substance of their message that might get a reply or not, right?
Of course. And if they've got a ridiculous name, apparently that's way more likely for you to respond.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, anything unique, right? I mean, yesterday on the stream, like you and I were talking after your stream ended, and the reason I was answering all of those questions is because I don't get asked them.
Yeah.
Right? So it's fun. It's stimulating for me, right? Now, obviously, they were very vulgar questions, perhaps, but then you got a glimpse of the abyss of the repetitive questions that, one deals with over 10 years.
Yeah, that was really annoying to me because it's sort of like it's so much of it.
But I also think it's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Like I actually do. I just think it's disrespectful. In a way.
I think it's lazy more than disrespectful. Maybe I think disrespectful.
Well, it's disrespectful because it's founded in laziness.
Sure. I don't know. I think I somewhat agree with you in that, like, so I'll say this personally is someone that's gone into interviewing the last 6 months and gotten like a relatively high amount of attention for it. I found it very disrespectful, the level of effort that was being put into asking questions to players, which was one of my main votes.
Right.
Because the idea that, and I'll say this without naming any names, but for example, like anyone that I've seen, like for example, people I've seen that done like a faker interview or something that I really want to do personally. If I watch them do those and I see them ask some of the shit that they ask, I find that to be like, well, obviously from an arrogant, self-serving perspective, I find that to be intensely disrespectful because that shows to me like it's a callous lack of effort. But I would say that maybe with the questions and just the effort in Twitch, that's a different thing because it's like so accessible and it's like just such a different level of, I don't know, it's a different spectacle almost.
Yeah.
But I can see what you mean if it's over a 10-year period. That's the point at which I would consider it disrespectful.
Right.
And I did get a little bit of a taste of it yesterday because it is just essentially, I don't know, it's almost, it comes from a degree of arrogance, I think, to ask someone something that would be accessible via going and looking at clips yourself.
Or searching Google, yeah.
The idea that making this person stop and answer your question, which they probably had to answer multiple times before, and I've gone on record to say things, is, very annoying, I can imagine. I think one of the questions I wanted to get onto, and we talked about like just a general recap of some of the biggest bumps on the road to success that you've suffered. And I didn't want to go through all of them at one time because I think then the danger we run into is essentially this becomes it becomes the very thing that we don't want it to, right? Because one of the things here is one of the narratives that you're attempting to combat is the idea that you are like constantly involved in drama and like facing all of these dramas down, where in reality, like what you've said is they're relatively spaced out, and for someone that is so non-agreeable for you, you'd assume that it would be way more like actual examples of like being like bad drama, for example.
Right. So a lot of people will cite that I'm always involved in drama, or that there's always something going on with me. But the reality is that one, the dramas are extremely spaced out for someone that is chronically online. That is a thing in itself. Two, as someone that is non-agreeable, you would imagine that either one, the dramas would be way more severe because I am just a confrontational person. If someone says something to me, I will go back at them. And for being non-agreeable, you would expect that there would actually it would be a lot more plentiful, and yet it's not. The opposite is actually true, right? I have very good rapport with a lot of people within the scene. But it's very bizarre to me, people that want to weaponize that narrative attempt to make it sound more severe than it actually is, especially when you look at the extent of what the dramas actually are. They pale in comparison to real drama.
Well, it's always interesting to hear that a lot of them are sort of solved now.
A lot of them are either solved or they were just verbal confrontations. They're not actual dramas. And as someone that's a streamer, especially, right? Like, I mean, there's these types of things. It's really bizarre because just like in the interview that we did where, you brought up like the coaching history and that politician did it that one time and I had you pull up like Whippo and stuff, but you can do it to anyone. And I mean, I just showed you that earlier, even tonight, right? Like
Yeah.
you can pull up a ton of people's Leaguepedias, and you can just write that narrative as long as you want to frame it that way. It's dishonest, it's lazy, it's pathetic, really, right? Because you're not actually doing a service to the context of what's going in to that history. And normally, all it takes is a few questions.
I guess my question would then be, because you talked about like being non-agreeable, and part of that being is you are someone that will always challenge being told what to do. Like you're not
right, and
you're not someone that takes confrontation lying down, whereas a lot of other people will protect the status quo.
Right, and I've done this even when I had 1,000 followers on Twitter, right? And this is something that in this industry is normally a death sentence if you do this, right? If you try to stand up to people much larger than yourself, or people with way larger following size and whatever else, you're gonna have a lot of problems. And to be non-agreeable in this industry normally is like a kiss of death, just because people, they want to gravitate towards you early on when you're starting your come up, and they want to almost suppress you in a way. For you to be non-agreeable to that entry level barrier, it's already going to be.
It's almost that you get approached at some point. It's like, hey, love the energy, buddy, but I've got to teach you a few rules around it.
Yeah. So I mean, to be non-agreeable as soon as you entered, and then still just keep going on a rise or something, that should also say something in itself, right? I think that I've remained really true in my character and personality. And for there to only have actually
respect your committal to be fucking annoying for 10 years.
Thank you.
It really takes a level of tenacity to be this fucking annoying for so long.
No problem.
It's you do us all a great service. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in kind of, we'll let that joke sit for a second. It was good. On the fly as well. Fly Quest. Incredible. I guess one of the first things would be, if we want to touch on just a sort of an overarching recap, would be the gravity situation. I think you've talked about it multiple times before, but that is sort of the Super Hot Crew before Gravity or after it?
Super Hot Crew. Well, Super Hot Crew, there was no drama on Super Hot Crew. It's just that I had to stop coaching because the Riot made the coaching rule. They made the November coaching rule. They announced in November of
the place at the time.
2014. Yeah, November 2014. You have to be on site, and so SHC was being acquired by MYM. Ended up just I couldn't stay with them because I couldn't go to Berlin or whatever.
Yeah, would have been good for you out there though. They love the gays out there.
Do they?
Berlin's got a thriving gay scene.
Excellent. Didn't know. But anyways, yeah. So that was SHC, and then after that, a couple months later, was Gravity.
I saw a Silas in Bergen actually one night. It was a techno night.
Okay.
Someone in chat will get that.
Okay.
But in terms of, like, you talk about leaving Gravity, that's sort of, I mean, we talk about the narrative of you being ousted from jobs, or like there being a sort of a long list of pink slips from jobs. Like, what do you think is the main misconception about that period of time, and in terms of how that situation actually went down?
So I've only actually been fired from one team. Every other team was either the team either disbanded. Yeah, it was either the team disbanded, or there's like the SHC-MYM incident, which I couldn't stay on the team. Yeah, it was either the team disbanded or I left. I've only ever been fired once, which is C9. And interestingly enough, I was leaving C9 prior to me getting fired, and I tried to invite Max Waldo to come onto the stream today, but apparently he's flying somewhere, because Max knows that this is accurate. Because even prior to me being removed from C9, lawyers were already involved. About like a week prior, something like that. So Max would know this, and I did want Max to come on to the stream today. And yeah, unfortunate timing, but
he's very conveniently before on a flight there.
I think he might be in chat though. He did say he'd be watching.
Is he on a flight to Area 51 by any chance?
Well, yeah, this is true.
Is flight going to go missing?
No. I mean, I was fucked from I was fucked with C9 before I even joined. And I've talked about that in a Reddit comment. I was dead before I joined on C9, but I had to just go through the emotions, if you will.
One of the things that you said to me that was very interesting is I was sort of talking to you about how, because there is an analogous interest here in terms of like I'm very much like not really done anything yet, but sort of making my first moves in terms of what I want to do. And you're someone that's very much existed at the apex. But you were sort of talking, because I was talking to you about like what I've experienced so far at a very low level. And you sort of likened what I was doing to sort of like a Dante's 9 circles of hell thing, which you in some ways I can imagine is sort of similar to what you went through at the start.
Sure.
What do you attribute having sort of met so many, been in so many scenarios whereby there are like figureheads, like thematically or through real people consequence that are akin to such trials and tribulations?
In what way?
Or do you think that it's that difficult for everyone, or do you think that you invite your own difficulties?
Well,
Because
I think a lot of people get stuck.
We're both people that I think don't necessarily accept the way things are meant to be from us. So I would, my question would be for both of us, having both experienced that kind of difficulty.
Yeah.
Is it because we are the way that we are, or like?
Well, no, I don't. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people get stuck in the scene. And it's because the natural thing that happens, no matter what happens when you come into any line of work, right? If you're going to become, there's a reason that everyone at every tier knows each other. It's not a coincidence, right? So if you're going to be an amateur coach in North America, all of a sudden, all the amateur players and all the amateur coaches and analysts, they all know you.
Yeah,
somehow.
They're all like
they just gravitate towards you, right? Because you're the new kid on the block, right? They all gravitate. And what they want to do, and this is the very nature of this industry, is they want to suppress you. They can't figure out a way to climb up, and they want to make sure that you can't either. And that is
it's either they want to keep you there or potentially ride their coattails.
Yes. And it's on people who are much higher up to try to sift through the shit, find the diamonds in the rough, and then pull them straight out of the fucking trenches.
Why do you feel so comfortable referring to people as shit? It's just sort of you've given...
No, the layer.
No, I'm joking. Don't worry.
Oh,
let's go find the diamonds in the rough. Would you not prefer Grandmaster or Challenger? Why the diamonds in the rough?
Who knows, man? That was terrible. You should feel bad. You should feel really bad.
Sorry, I apologize, man. I don't actually feel bad anyway. I'm not actually able to emotionally connect with my own bad jokes, so we're quite similar in that way. Like I'm like comedically autistic, whereas you're like emotionally autistic, you know?
Okay.
Good reaction, man.
Thank you.
Very genuine.
Yeah.
I guess going onwards from that point, we talked about a little bit there about what the essential issue is in terms of trying to sift through some of the garbage and pulling people up through the ranks, which is the implicit sort of... I mean, I can feel that very much at the moment. That like, there's a lot of people that like. I don't want to get into. I've told you about this scenario. There's a scenario that happened to me in the workroom of Riot, whereby sort of someone. I'm sure they didn't mean anything by it, but I think there was a wider context to it. I won't say who it was, but essentially someone said something along the lines of me, like, "Hey, how you doing?" So I was preparing for an interview, and they said something along the lines of, "Hey, what's the gimmick for today?" Like, what's the gimmick for today's interview? Which is essentially like, I don't mind it necessarily because there is obviously a shtick to my interview somewhat. I think anyone who watches them can see the intense inspiration that something like Nardwuar brings. Although overarchingly, it's not that big of a thing. It's more so for me that is the most organic drop to break open what is a very stagnant media process whereby they hate being there in the first place. But I could tell by the way they were saying it that there was almost a sort of a want to boil down and make me feel as if what I was doing was very simplistic and easily recordable. And I've had interactions like that with multiple people that I've interacted with since embarking on what I do, and it almost makes you feel as if what is the end goal here? What is the desire? Because you have to assume logically that what is being attempted there is to, well, one, make me feel like shit, right? But then also like not strive to push the status quo further or in any way like challenge what is being going on.
Well, no one ever wants to push things further because, I mean, we've talked about I've talked about this in clips in the past. I remember there was the round table, right, with Dom and Hotshot and all of them, and I likened it to a crack den, right, where you kick open a door and you shine light on like the problems and stuff, and people don't like that. They don't want these things to exist, and it's naturally bad. So yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, these are definitely some of the problems within the scene. Yeah,
For sure. I think we kind of got into one of the situations there. I sort of just got like I've got a list of every drama here, so we can kind of pick and choose like the world's worst, like
sure.
trick or treat bargain bucket.
We
And
can, yeah,
you've
sure.
had you've had some real classics in here.
Hmm.
I guess one of the other ones would be the gamers to Ocelot scenario that you've spoken about before.
Yeah.
Is there any further clarification on that, or anything that you think people take
I
relative
think that's
conclusion
all. I
from?
think that's all pretty public. The only thing is that's really weird is I don't even know why it's on my Leaguepedia. Like, I did freelance stuff for them,
Mm,
for X amount of time, and then I just didn't get paid. And then Sky Williams ended up paying me for Ocelot.
ironic.
And then
I
Ocelot.
don't think Sky Williams paid you. I think whoever paid Sky Williams paid you. I think that was probably.
I just realized that's actually true.
That's very funny that you didn't realize.
That's why. That's why Sky was fine.
Well, I mean, in sort of a pejoratively overarching way, I guess all money comes from somewhere, right?
All right. So yeah, so there was that. Now I did mention that Ocelot does have like hundreds of gifted subs in
Mm.
my chat because he did show up in 2021.
Which in many ways makes everything bad that he's ever done okay.
Well,
That's a joke.
no, no,
That's a
no,
joke.
no, I understand. Yeah, so there was that. Yeah, he did show up in my chat in 2021, and he was like sub bombing my channel, live viewing for Worlds.
We can't hear any laughs.
Can't hear laughs? Oh, when I look away? Oh, maybe when I look away.
I'm not sure.
It's fine. Don't get sunlocked. Don't get
I'm
sunlocked.
getting stun locked
You're
by
getting
chat.
sunlight. You're turning into me, man. It's over.
Guys, you seriously stop it.
All of a sudden, you're gonna wake up tomorrow. You're gonna be fucking 60 kilos light.
Fucking wish, brother.
Oh my God, salmon sperm in your face. Like, who knows?
Salmon sperm? Is that a thing?
That's what I get injected.
You get salmon sperm in your face?
Yeah.
So not only do men come on your face, now fish do as well? All folks and all strokes, I suppose.
Yeah.
That is disgusting, by the way. What is the benefit of that?
It's the main base of Regeron, which is polynucleotides. It's the medical thing that helps repair collagen and
You've just got an excuse for
skin.
everything.
Okay.
Just like, yeah, no, fish spunk in my face. Yeah,
Mm.
it's good for you.
Mm.
You see pathologically in the fish is semen to my eyes as well. Other dramas, I suppose you go over the. I think the interesting thing to me about the Ocelot drama was the people
But
again.
also, it wasn't even my fault.
I think what I was going to say is that the disconnect there that interests me is that people assume.
What do they want me to do?
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Is that
A lot of dramas with me come to light because I'm not agreeable.
that's what I'm literally about to say.
Right.
Is that essentially the interesting thing there to me is that you were critiqued for not being very agreeable and like bringing that to light. But what the fuck are you meant to do? Because you were like a poor homeless person at this point, right?
Yeah.
And it was like presumably a lot of money for you at that time.
It was a ton of money for me
Yeah.
at that time, right? So like, yeah, of course. But this is the other thing. There's so many dramas and messed up things that happen in this space with people. You just don't hear about them because people are so afraid of like the backlash and confronting people. This is why stories always come out like years later.
Yeah. I guess going on from that would be the BBQ whole situation for me is interesting in terms of the drama because
Okay.
there are some overarching themes there that are relatively interesting to me in terms of like how much of your personal reputation you staked on Malice joining because
Hmm.
obviously he was like a big point of potential for you and
Mhm.
relatively conducive to what you talked about like your philosophy like obviously from just eye testing him you viewed him to have mass potential but obviously that's something that I mean, I'm sure it's not something that massively matters now, but I can imagine at the time was like you constantly felt as if your debt was not being repaid. Perhaps I think that's maybe a way in which you've been potentially forcing you to contextualize or express your emotions on that matter in a way that you might not have expressed before. But having staked so much importance on him and giving him that platform to do that, what are there any regrets you have from that period of time?
I mean, it's not necessarily a regret. there would have been no issue with like me and T1 from I think the fan side, or not no issue. They wouldn't have had like something really to cling to, because it was the Untara stuff, right, where I defended Malice. But even the defense with Malice, ultimately, I had allowed someone in BBQ to use my Twitter and tweet, like on like under my whatever, and that's where a lot of the very big drama comes from, was the Korean tweets. And I talked about that like after the fact, but obviously not while I'm on BBQ. So there's that. The other BBQ drama, I mean, aside from like Malice and stuff, was like we didn't have working computers and monitors, so I had to buy it with my own money, because they would send over their IT guy, and then he would say that the monitors and stuff are fine, and we were laughing that it was fine. So we just started recording videos on our phone of the computer just black screening or like blue screening in the middle of scrims, like perma. It was just perma happening, or like the FPS going to 15 in team fights and stuff, and like it's just not playable. So I had to buy them computers and monitors with my own money. And then after BBQ broke apart and we all decided to leave, what ended up happening was a lot of the Koreans moved into my apartment, and it became like an orphanage because some of them had just very bad home lives and they didn't want to go home. And so several of them just lived with me for a few years. Yeah.
I guess that is, you've kind of necessarily answered my question in that Malice is someone that obviously had immense potential and potentially didn't. I've just said potentially twice, but someone that you staked a lot of personal reputation on, and like obviously the whole situation didn't end up going well, and it sort of ended up being in a position now where he had his redemption arc on C9 potentially, and then that's ended up not happening.
Yeah.
What is your sort of reflection on that whole scenario? Like what could have been, and what holds him back, and potentially more that you could have done, or where you think you failed potentially in that regard?
I don't think there's anything more that I could have done in the Malice situation. I don't think there's anything for me to do. I think he's too old, and what I mean by old is like he's been doing what he's been doing for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
The cycle and stuff. And while he's probably better now than, in yesteryears, it's still like there. And I think that unless there's like something to really just go in and rile that and shake it, that requires him to have like a real big step away from the game, and like why does he get that way, etc. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing for me to do.
Sure. So you view it more as a tragedy than anything?
I mean, it's just unfortunate, yeah.
Because I mean, we touched on this in an interview, but it's interesting to speak, and I think it's very attractive as a. I think everyone is attracted to the idea of like a what if, but if he was able to remove that aspect from his game that is so plagued by emotion, what was his capacity to go on and do? What could he have achieved?
It was really good. I mean, yeah, I mean, he was one of the. I mean, at that point, right, season 9, season 10, he was definitely one of the best.
Western or in the world?
I mean, even on a Korean scale, he was so good. I mean, there was the Korean team that did want to actually get him, but he was just too toxic, and that was like the conversation that was had.
Can you say
no?
Yeah, you can't.
So no, Malice was up there. It's like him and Inspired. Yeah, him and Inspired, like two of the best. Yeah.
Do you think that's pretty much everything you'd want to touch on in terms of towards BBQ? It was sort of a bit of a milestone for you in terms of being able to actually have access to and be.
Well, I took a massive like pay like I like yeah, I mean, I was getting paid peanuts on BBQ. Like I did a lot of, and I mean, I did this a lot when I thought that like the team stuff, or like when I wanted to be a part of something more, I was always willing to take a lot less money. Like my T1 strategic coach salary was very low compared to Western offers. My T1 offer was 20% of what I was being offered from LEC and LCS when I said yes to T1. Yeah.
What did you learn from BBQ in its failure? What were the biggest lessons for you?
Um, I mean, BBQ was the first time that I felt like there was like a family type thing going on,
Hmm.
right? And that was my first real time like engaging with Koreans on like a full-time coaching scale. So I think that those things were really valuable and they were really good takeaways.
Griffin's just said 20% of 100 mil is still 20 mil, buddy. To go through that you want to talk about that we have down on the list here. It's the Nightblue3 stuff.
Well, the Nightblue3 is something that's like brought up even to this day,
Yeah.
right? And it's confusing. Now, there's the ProfessorAkali, but as I
Yeah, and it's like the
publicly talked about, like me and Professor Akali actually met in Korea, and it was one of the best meetings I've ever had in what happened? Your eyes?
No, I just realized I need to put my
Oh,
computer on charge.
okay, okay. So I met Professor Akali in Korea, and it was actually one of the best esports meetings I think I've ever had. Like as a sit down with someone, it was very, very good. And
He was just a chill guy.
well, he was not only very chill, we were able to just like talk about our disagreements, and we were able to liken it to like my main gripe with, and I actually did suggest to other people, I don't know if Cat Evolved is still here in the chat, but like I suggested to other people that had gripes with him to just meet him in person. Because I'm very confident in, I mean, obviously you can't 100% know, but I'm very, very confident in my ability to meet people in person, and like bullshit test people. Just because I depended on it, right? As like survival for as long as I did. And it was just one of the best conversations that I ever had in esports, and it was really good. And we got to basically talk through like what our issues were with one another. And ultimately what I likened it to is like if we were on Shark Tank or something, I would just say that I don't agree with the way that he operates. And that I view it as like, you know, when Kevin O'Leary makes those like predatory offers to someone, right? There's technically nothing wrong with it. But, you know, yada, yada, yada.
I don't know if I massively agree with that.
I mean, it's what technically there's nothing wrong, like legally, with some of the things that he did, which is true. It's just I don't agree with them.
I mean, in the same way that like a lot of clandestine operations that occur over the world are sort of formed from capitalistic greed and prey upon the
Right.
misfortune and ignorance of more disenfranchised people.
Sure. But we're right, but we're not talking about it on that scale, and I think that you do have to scale it down and then
No,
ask the question.
of course you scale it
So
down. But
so we had conversations like that, and we also had conversations about like some other things that he thought was true about me, and fortunately, because of my record storing, I was able to pull up a lot of stuff, and actually just show him like, actually, this isn't what happened. Here's what happened.
where were the misconceptions you had about him that were sort of realigned? Because you talked about
It was mostly about our personalities, like and how we always butted heads on like Twitter and you know other mediums and stuff. Because we had only ever really like engaged with one another a couple of times, publicly. So like there was that Professor Akali stuff, but it happens around the same time as the Nightblue3 stuff. And the Nightblue3 stuff, I mean, it still gets brought up to this day, and it bothers me a lot because I never put out a response video because I said that I wouldn't. I said I would just do the stream because I didn't want it to just keep going. And it bothers me a lot because my whole argument in that whole thing was this is an insincere person. As a streamer, he's aware of what he's doing. And there was a lot of things that I don't understand why people never just paused and looked at it, and it was just very weird. And then even when he did his own recap video, where he made his response video, he lies in the response video. He says that it'll contain a lot of information. He omits a lot of information. He restructures the order of events in that video in order to better fit his narrative of like what's going on. And the omission of things that he leaves out is extremely problematic. Because it makes it look like I'm just going on a tirade on him on Twitter or something, and he's responding to it, but that wasn't what was happening. I did interject to the conversation that he was having with that now canceled person that myself and everyone was unaware of the behavior that they were, you know, taking part of. And I interjected the same way that I've interjected for other people over the years, right? When I see someone bullying someone using like a way larger following and stuff, and this is not behavior that was alien to Nightblue3. And I had called him out for it like a year prior on Twitter. There were like screenshots people used advanced Twitter search. And me and Nightblue had other previous history that was even before this, right? If you go back enough in time on like YouTube clips and Twitter and stuff. So we already weren't friendly with one another. But there's so many clips that were left out of the video that, you know, elicited my future responses on Twitter, being the way that they were towards him. Nightblue3 drama is just so weird in general that people like cling to it as like something because ultimately also when you do boil it down, it's really weird that people think that like my tweets are attempting to cancel him. They're not. I'm just fucking flaming him the way that a streamer flames another streamer, and that literally happens on the fucking daily.
But do you accept that that could be a consequence of doing that?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no way, because he's not doing anything that is cancelable.
Well, you could argue that if he's calling a woman
it's not cancelable. You have to be an idiot to assume that word, like, this is not, it's not going to even get him banned on Twitch.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that word is not TOS. Or you can say whore right now, it's not TOS.
Yeah, sure.
It's not TOS.
I guess more so.
We're talking about the word whore, and then you have a word where you literally have to call it the N-word because of its fucking power.
Sure, but so what I'm saying is there's a distinction between cancellation that exists in sort of a corporate superstructure whereby money is withdrawn on that level, but more so you can also have like a degree of like if fans are converted to not support something, then that is cancellation in the form of like public autonomy funds being withdrawn.
Sure.
Would you not accept in some way that if you sway the narrative against him in that way? But I guess morally you're saying that he would deserve it then.
Well, again, I'm interjecting. Well, morally, if you're saying, what, do I think that he deserves, like, getting shit thrown at him for, like, what he's doing? Yeah. Of course, yes.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, you also have to, in some way, acknowledge the...
He's not getting canceled over me replying to his tweet. Like, please don't fucking pretend that I have that kind of power or something.
No, of course not. But I think his argument would be, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate, is that...
Yeah.
I mean, his whole reasoning, supposedly, for making a YouTube video is that his voice was not strong enough on Twitter. So he felt as if he didn't want to have something... much like whoever has the bigger voice sometimes can control what is being said.
Yes, which is one of the things that I tried to point out, which is she makes the tweet at the time saying that she was being bullied. As a streamer and as a content creator, generally, you see this all the time, actually. When a content creator, a streamer, personality, anyone is accused of something that is supposedly serious in nature, the very first thing... Sure. The very, very first thing that we do is we deny it. Generally. That's the first thing that ever comes out. That wasn't his first response. His first response was to pause his own recording, because again, he didn't have VODs. He disabled VODs. Paused his own recording, went into the recording, and then cut up various screenshots to then tweet at her. Which is sort of like, I mean, I don't know. It's almost like, yeah, but you deserved it. And this is why. That's how I interpret the tweet. And then at the time, the person is being dogpiled on Twitter, right? Because it's happening live on stream. So there's a massive imbalance happening here. Now, this was not behavior that was alien to me from having dealt with him myself in the past. And I know this is how he operates. So that's why I interjected, just because I was just scrolling Twitter and I see, okay, this is happening. I'm just going to interject. Because fuck this guy.
Do you feel as if you pick your battles well?
What do you mean?
Well, obviously that's a choice. I think some people would argue or criticize you. This thing would be, obviously you feel as if you have, not say that I would get that I feel as if you felt that you had a responsibility in some way to respond to that. But I think one of the things that interested me there is that you'd seen him or generally speaking, you don't like it when bigger creators dogpile on smaller creators and stuff like this.
When
But
it's really unjust, yeah.
yeah, of course
For
it's
no
unjust.
reason, yeah.
But of course the criticism can also be levied that it's not necessarily any of your business, or potentially, there's no direct reason that would force you into being involved. So I guess my question would then be, not that it's something that you're doing often, but do you pick your battles well when you have these disagreements in public with people?
Well,
Because obviously there is a choice that is being made.
Yeah. So one of the things that, I used to talk about is that when I would ask people, like, find instances of me going at someone first. Interestingly enough, that is one of the few incidences where I do interject, right? But normally, no, I don't think I operate that way. I think a person has to come at me first. Which coincidentally enough, like today, like there's Eminus is doing his AMA on FM Korea, and then he makes that comment about me, just out of nowhere, right?
What does his response mean? He quote retweeted you. I think you quote retweeted it. What does it mean?
He said that it's really impressive that this person is even dumber than Patrick Starr. Something like that. Yeah. I mean, I'm translating the Korean in my head right now, but like, yeah, something akin to that.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's funny that.
Thank you.
Well, he made the joke, not you. So.
Oh.
God, M&S. What a guy. He's M&S is like a supermarket in the UK.
I didn't know.
It's just always funny whenever I hear his name.
It's fine.
Random tangent.
Yeah.
But yeah. I guess my question would be, I mean, you're saying that majority of the time he started it, which is almost playground logic in some way.
No. What I mean is, like, people think that I do this to people, but it's not true.
Of course. But right. I mean, even if someone else starts it, you still have a choice of whether to respond or continue. So I guess where does the motivation to respond to some of it? Because the heights that you've reached and I
don't respond to everyone.
No, of course you don't. But if they're big enough, a lot of the time,
I'll always respond.
Why?
Why not?
Well, that's cyclical logic, right? You're not.
Yeah, but why not? Why can't I?
I don't think you can't necessarily, but I'm also interested in why you do.
Give me a reason I shouldn't.
I mean, I think it would be difficult for me to give you a reason why you shouldn't, because it's tied to you as a person and why you feel like you.
Yeah, but you'd also have to give me the exact instance in which you're saying that I shouldn't.
Well, like TF Blade, for example. Like, what about?
Oh, so for TF Blade, I mean, I had this conversation with Tenacity. So TF Blade's on stream with 8,000-9,000 people, right, at that time, and I'm doing it off stream, and he's going on a tirade. Now, as a streamer and as a content creator and as someone that understands the space, 8,000 to 9,000 people, you multiply it by 5 to 10, sometimes 20x. People will watch the VOD, right? And this will go into clips and stuff. So depending on how he skews it or frames it, whatever, it can look a lot worse than it does. So that's why 40 minutes after I turn on my stream, and I have to respond. I have to respond to that because he has set the stage now that he went at me in this manner, went off the way that he did on stream and stuff, and it's damaging brand-wise, I think, to not respond.
Yeah, I guess that would be the fair response I was looking for. But it's more a thing about brand, I suppose. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I don't have my laptop anymore, I need to look at my phone.
No, it's fine.
Just look at the general direction.
No, but to conclude, the stuff on the Nightblue, the Nightblue stuff, because a lot of people don't realize this. He openly lies in his YouTube video several times. Says that he'll include the order of stuff, but he doesn't. He reframes the order. 2, he omits a lot of things from the video that are extremely important to the timeline of some of the events and some of the tweets. And then 3 also says in the video that he wants to talk with me, but then in DMs with me, refuses to talk with me, and then just ghosts the DMs. And my main thing was sincerity, right? I said this is an insincere person, and I based that on, actions over a prolonged period of time, because I think that actions are infinitely more honest than people's words. They just are. If you want to see what someone really wants to do, what they're really interested in, monitor their actions. Don't listen to what they're saying. Never listen to what they're saying. Watch what they do and observe it, because that's what they want to do. That's where they want to be. That's what they want to head towards.
Do you think there's ever a disconnect between what you say and your actions?
Me?
Yeah.
You'd have to give me an example. It depends. Like, am I being courteous for some reason? Am I being nice? You know what I mean? Like, sure, we can laugh at someone's joke and be really polite towards them in the moment, but like you're thinking, like, man, I want to get out of here.
Sure.
Things like that, right? So
I don't have a
you'd have to give
specific
me
example. I was more
right. Well, I don't like dealing with stuff like that. I like when people tell me that like I'm wrong about something, or you do this wrong, or blah 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 blah. It's like, give me an example. How can I engage with that?
Yeah.
It's like when people invoke the biggest superpower in the world, the word they. Who the fuck is they? Like, don't make a joke. I know. One you get canceled for that one. Like, holy. But who is they? Like, actually.
We'll slash them as well.
I can't. I can't. You're lucky. Like, you might be a little bit safe because I'm here. Like, but the bridge really is like breaking apart.
Are you like the Pink Power Ranger or something? Like, what's giving me protection? Like Gandalf with the fucking purity ring or something.
That's fine.
Like if Gandalf was in the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's it on like the Nightblue thing, and that was also 2 years ago, right? 2 years. Yeah, 2 years.
It's like there should be.
Was it a year?
You remember in The Simpsons? With they got the thing at the beginning. It's like days since nuclear reactor explosion. It's been 2 years since major LS trauma. Well, no,
TF Blade technically.
Well, yeah, the streamer thing as well, right?
Well, the streamer thing was also like another moment where it's like, what am I doing? And Griffin knows. Griffin's in chat. Like, he saw me like absolutely losing my mind. Because I'm literally dealing with streamers who are calling me in private, and they're like, "Why are you helping us?" It's like they can't fathom
your capacity for altruism.
They can't fathom why. They think there's an ulterior motive. There's something nefarious going on. Like, why would I help them, right?
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that's like funny to me is that all of them, all 14, 17, whatever, none of them can pause and realize how fucking dumb it would be for me to actually get them all banned. How fucking awful that would be to my image, right? Because if I actually did get them banned, then I actually do get canceled, right? Because of how petty that actually is. Like, why would I ever, as someone that's like a fucking cockroach in the scene, I've been around for longer than some of them have been alive, right? Why would I ever want to actually do that? None of them, when they're having their round table, their discussion, can actually pause and critically think and realize, like, actually, this is such a horrendous business decision if LS were to try to do this.
And given your Italian roots as well, you would think that your method would be to take out one of them silently at a time.
So that was like really bizarre, and then having to deal with that like witch hunt, and then like my partner having to like private his Instagram, that was like really weird. Because the TikToks and like the YouTube clips and everything. Oh, there was a lot of homophobic harassment going on. Like below the photos, tons of comments, just anti-homophobic comments on like my Instagram, my partner's Instagram. I'm fine with it, right? Because I get it on the daily, especially like around drama stuff, right? But for him, he's not used to that, right? It doesn't do anything with League. So for him, he has to private his Instagram. That's when it's like, okay, well, this is getting real fucking weird. And it makes me feel really bad, and I know that Griffin knows this and Tenacity knows this, because it's like I was going to really big efforts to like contact LCK like high ups to try to get them accounts or like try to get the situations fixed. And then I get more information brought to me that's like, well, here's why that's not going to be possible. And then some stuff they actually do tell me like I can't talk about publicly on like why it's not going to be possible and all this other stuff. But I did manage to get some of them their accounts back. And it was really bizarre that while all that was going on, I'm still dealing with like the pseudo witch hunt. And it's just fucking weird because I've remained really consistent in my actions for the past decade in League. So it's even more weird when like people call into question like what I'm doing. I remember that also happened with like Drew2 too. So me and Drew2 had that really big argument. And then Drew2 made the tweet that he needed someone to go to the hospital with. And, I said, check Discord or like something like this below his tweet. And then someone says that I only show up because it's public. And then I screenshot the Discord message being before me tweeting at him. But then as a streamer and a creator, I know that Discord is red, won't cause a phone to buzz. But Twitter can cause phone to buzz. unless you have notifications on Twitter turned off. But who the fuck does that as a streamer? Because generally now your phone only buzzes if you're mutual, unless you have different like settings set up.
Yeah,
So
back in my day, we just had each other's phone numbers.
Yeah, well. Anyway, so Drew responded within a minute. But it's because I understand, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
Twitter is always the fastest medium to reach someone in the scene, generally, because notifications. It's the only place where we don't have notifications muted, generally.
Where do you think the major distrust, because you're someone that's performed a level of altruism for quite a few years, and just in terms of, like, you've always been someone that, like, will harbor people that you think have a degree of talent in your own home, largely for pretty much no cost. Despite being on
well, this year there's been no cost at all.
Yeah, I mean, in full transparency, I'm staying here just for pretty much covering the maid, right? Like,
well, you just contribute to the maid. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
which is, obviously, wondrous for me.
Yeah.
But where do you think there's distrust? Why do you think people don't want to believe that you do these good things for just?
Well, because I think they can't see themselves doing it. That's where it comes from. And I think that when you see people doing things that you are yourself not capable of doing, people that are successful, like in this scene, I think there's almost a level of anger to it.
Do you think it's that the viewing public don't see themselves doing it, or rather they don't see people that are in a position to do it?
I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. I'm actually not sure.
I would assume that it would be more the latter, because I think people have a difficulty conceptualizing what they would do in a position like that.
Sure.
But more so, you don't see a lot of people. Well, I think one of the things that really strikes me, and I'll say this as a, completely non-biased comment, because obviously I'm being funded by Dom, so I'm obviously in some ways incentivized to say this. But if you'll allow me the ability to say this, and you can remove the bias from it, which you're free to do at your own discretion based on what I say, Dom has led me to believe, from having conversations with him, and I think Regan will back me up on this, that, I mean, what's the analogy that he uses? The whole high tides raise...
That's what I say. High tide raises all ships.
High tides raises all ships. I mean, he said it first, I think. But yeah, no, Dom has like led me to believe that with that phrase, like, he's purely motivated by like other people doing well, in the belief that like it will come back in sort of like a less of a like money trickles down, but more like money in a rain cycle kind of way. Like money goes into the land, it makes the seeds, it comes from the clouds, XYZ, in a sort of that kind of fashion. Like I had a massive anxieties about coming out here, because obviously, like, for full disclosure, like, you can imagine how much money it costs to like send 2 people out here to live for a month, accommodation, hotels and whatnot, and flights. Like, it's in excess of $5,000. And he pretty much did it with no further thoughts. He just had like a mass belief in like what I was doing. And I've had like major anxieties with like, am I performing? Like, are these videos good? Like, what more could I do? And I felt like I wasn't fully utilizing the opportunity. And there's like, even like if you look at the amount of videos I only made like, I think there'll probably be 15 videos for the whole of the world, which is like a lot less than like, for example, like Ashley Kang will produce. Obviously Ashley Kang has a whole team behind her, but like she probably did like 45, like even Travis probably did like 45, 50. Obviously you argue that like the level of research and effort that has to go into each individual one means that each one, like, on a pure, like, I don't want to say the quality is higher because it sounds arrogant, but like just purely based on the research that has to go into them, like you would assume that it is. You can discern or disagree with that if you want to. That's your own personal interpretation. But in terms of a pure effort point, yeah, but sure. But I voiced these insecurities to Dom, and Dom just basically went, "I don't really care, dude. Like, I don't care what I'm getting from it. It's what it does for you." Which was, again, it's interesting based in relation to what you're saying, because you're talking about these people misunderstanding. Well, not misunderstanding, but not being able to understand why you would do these things. Because I was in a similar position with Dom. I could not understand why he would do these things.
I think
So maybe that's an interesting perspective for you, because like I cannot fathom, like, even having met you and being here with you, I couldn't necessarily. It's difficult for me to fathom you doing these things, even if I know you have a track record for doing these things. I think it's more so because who am I? Like, who am I to demand these things from you or expect these things? So I think that would be my devil's advocate. And although I will digress and say that I've made it about me in some ways and taken a long way to get around it, but I think you need to maybe consider the other side of it, which is a degree of insecurity that comes from the people that maybe don't believe in your altruism.
I mean, I suppose, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I think. Yeah.
For sure. But I guess it's difficult to maybe comprehend that. But
Well, I mean, in a weird way, like I've said this to you, right? I think me and Dom have a really good relationship, I think, right? And again, this is just from my observations and stuff. But I think I've told you this, that our relationship's very good. We talk a lot off stream.
Yeah.
And I've made it very clear to him like many times that I would like help him in, if this happens. Like, and he'd know what I'm referring to. Like, if this happens, you can know that, like, I'll help you. Like, and it's never publicly surfaced, right? Like, these incidents. He knows what I'm alluding to, if you were to, like, see a clip of this or something. And all this other type of stuff. But I've told you that I do believe there's something there that does make me think that he does just dislike me. There's some aspect. And I wonder if maybe like what I'm feeling there is the same thing that the others feel with me, in a weird way. You know what I mean? Where there's almost no logic or basis for it. It's just something that you can't really explain. And I don't know what it comes from. And I don't harbor those feelings towards him. But like us talking about this right now, right? Where I do have a good relationship with him, and we do have like really, really good talks and like all this other type of stuff. There is like the feeling where some of it is it's so good, and for both of us, myself and him, who know how fucked the scene is, like on the the inner dark machinations of like the scene and stuff. It is like weird. Yeah, it's interesting. It's actually very interesting.
I think one of the things that strikes out to me here, and it's sort of to bring it all back full circle, because it's something we talked about earlier, but I think links into what you're saying there, is I feel like you as a person, and I feel like I struggle with this a lot, but less so now as I've gotten a bit older, is that I found it difficult to, because I'm someone that, like, similar to you, like intensely neurotic, 1,000 thoughts a second popping off all the time. In that I over-intellectualize and overthink every interaction I have to an extent. Probably not nearly as bad as you, but the problem is that you end up in a position whereby I think despite my capacity for empathy, I find it difficult to ever understand that other people aren't overthinking to the extent that I am, which I kind of talked to you about earlier before as well. But I think that you are plagued with the fact that you will always read more into something that is maybe required.
Sure.
Which I think can be a major downfall for you.
Sure.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if Dom watches that and then messages you later and it just fully clarifies that he has absolutely no issue with you.
Right, but it would be a loop, though. Yeah. That behavior, that action is consistent with what I already acknowledged is consistent with his behavior.
Yeah, which is worrying.
Yeah, sure.
Because it means that there is, like you said, it's a loop. It's not actually tied to any logic. It's more just an inexorable
right. And as someone that normally bases everything that I do in logic,
yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at.
That's where it gets weird, right?
That's what I'm getting at. That is the intense irrationality that is
sure, for sure, and it's one that I'm conscientious of. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. Okay, what's the next? Is
that a rough one?
No, it's not a rough one. It's just it's an interesting one. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I think it's difficult to realize these things about yourself. Like,
no, I've realized this one about. I mean, we've had this talk off stream.
Of course, but I think there's realizing, and there's like further working and sort of, I don't know, unpacking subconsciously, I suppose, as you continue to talk, especially because if you talk about it with other people as well.
So there's immense structural problems that exist within teams, and this is why I just don't think it's ever going to change. As we talked about it at the very beginning of this conversation, to an extent, where you can ask a series of questions that would showcase that the structure that they have is not adequate, or that it is just faulty, right? And it's almost like they don't want to believe that just a random person can either showcase that or that it's true. They want to believe that it's something else, like it can't possibly be right. That to me is scary. The that they would rather have the thought that, okay, it's not possible, than to allow demonstration of that it is actually that way. That's alarming to me. So it's interesting. There's very few people that I've ever met in esports that forced demonstrations when something wasn't making sense.
Who are some of those people?
John Kim was one of them at T1. John Kim forced me to talk to Danny because when the musical chairs were going on and no one knew what the hell was going on and they felt like they couldn't get answers from the players, John Kim basically forced that meeting to happen because he wanted answers. He wanted someone who was equipped to go into the meeting, talk with the person on that level, because he recognized that the upper management would not be able to do that, right? And discern what is actually the disconnect that's going on. So I was called in to talk to Danny on T1. So like that was one of the incidents that happened. And another witness to this would be Nemesis, because John also forced a meeting with Faker in the middle of that split. And Nemesis was with me on that day. And we thought Nemesis was going to have to leave the room when Faker came in, because I was going to have a hour-long talk with Faker about what's going on, because the upper management wanted answers to what the fuck is going on, because we can't figure it out. So there was like several different meetings that they called in where I basically come in as like the third party, or like the arbiter, sort of, like, in a way, like, you know what I mean?
Mediator.
Yeah, something. Well, they wanted answers.
Yeah.
And so Nemesis was a witness to that entire conversation, because we thought he was going to have to leave the room. And so Faker actually arrived early to the meeting. And so Faker just comes into the room and we're like, oh, Nemesis is still here, like, whatever. And then Faker's like, I don't care if Nemesis is here. So Nemesis watched the whole meeting unfold. Stuff like that is extremely, extremely rare in esports, where people demand like demonstration or demand like
external interference.
Yes. Demand interference. And it's like they would rather just put their heads in the sand and pretend nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So this.
Or do you think that there is a sort of a tie to it that, I don't know, like in some way maybe CEOs in Western organizations or just organizations in general would view it as like a major slight to their personnel, or maybe in some way it's no, it's really good that certain. I mean, these aren't the only people that like. So for instance, like another person that would do this, interestingly, in the Western scene, this was way early on. This is before League of Legends. That would demand like demonstration. This is like in the StarCraft era, right? I think it's like the very early stages of Evil Geniuses, which is why a lot of people actually disliked when Evil Geniuses got handed off and like changed hands so many times. Now Evil Geniuses is, destroyed. Warren Buffett for the cross.
Yeah. So
that was good.
No, but I think that there are people like that demand interference and do that. It's just extremely, extremely rare, and I don't get it. And it's disheartening that it has nothing to do with League, right? If you were running a tech company and someone comes along and says, all of this is not like operating.
Yeah, you would have someone in a position that would be like, I don't know why this is fucking up, but I know that it's fucking up.
You would let the person demonstrate, unless they're like a Looney Tune. Or like something like that. That's just standard behavior.
So where does this, I guess my question would then be, you've kind of alluded to it and you've answered it in some ways, but where does this undying faith towards bad personnel come from?
I don't know.
Do you think that it in some way
goes back to appeal to authority? We're giving power to titles, but the titles are arbitrary. Titles don't mean anything.
I guess there's also, like, if you have no discernibility as well, you can be in a position whereby you say, if I'm in a coach position and I'm a complete fraud, I can go, it might not be going well right now, but it won't go any better anyway else.
I've made this example a million times, right? Like, technically, in theory, right? Like, let's say Regan, right? let's say that I join a team.
Yeah.
There's nothing preventing me from telling that team, I want this guy to join as an analyst. No qualifications, no testing, nothing. I just want that person to join as an analyst. Well, all of a sudden, he now has a title.
Yeah.
Puts the title in his bio on Twitter. Regular people are like, oh, he has this title. What does the title mean? Knowledge is not linear, right? There's not like, oh, you have this title, you come with this knowledge. That's not how that works in this scene. What does the title mean? The title doesn't tell you anything. Talk, open your mouth, speak. Like, what do you want to say? And this is why I've always criticized and inflamed people who hide from public information, hide from, public demonstrations of their knowledge or public displays of...
To play devil's advocate, because one of the situations you would have run into, and I'd be interested to see how you'd solve this, is would it not then be a criticism, for example, if the C9 situation had worked out in the way you wanted, because you brought over Malice, you would have liked to have brought over a Nemesis, would they not have then had a title that would have been arbitrary in some ways, especially...
Well, it's all arbitrary. That's the whole point. That's what I love. It's all arbitrary. So all that you're left with is the demonstration. Doesn't matter. Title doesn't matter. Title never has mattered.
How does that solve the problem that you're talking about, though?
Because it all just comes down to demonstration. Let the person demonstrate. Don't just assign them arbitrary titles. I don't care what the fuck you call me. Just let me do my job. Which, interestingly enough, and again, I wish Max was here. This was one of the main arguments on C9. They just have arbitrary assignments for various titles, but then the titles don't actually mean anything on C9.
An example of that?
One of the stories that circulates as like a rumor or something that was like an incident with me on like C9 or something. It's false in the sense that the story isn't accurate in terms of like what ended up happening, right? But ultimately, without like going into too much detail, I had asked the team manager who should have the authority, like to do X, Y, and Z, right? But apparently the team manager doesn't have the authority. Well, then why does he have that title? He's the only person that I could possibly ask. He's the only person with that title that should, in theory, have permission to answer it and then also be asked it. I shouldn't be required to go above him, or there's no one else beside him, there's no one below him that I would ask. But apparently he just didn't have it. And when I raised the question, well, why does he have that title then, if he doesn't have that authority? Or like, that doesn't make any sense, right? That's what I mean by titles can just be arbitrary. They don't mean anything. And if you go to different teams, right, the same title will mean something different on another team. Why is that the case? And it's because it is all arbitrary.
Do you think that makes it difficult for people that are having to come up to specialize? Because I can imagine that a positional coach on one team is very different to a positional coach on another.
Oh, it is. It's different. It's different team to team. Yeah.
So that probably is like a major. I can imagine for people that are coming up, especially through like the ERL structure.
Well, this is why titles and stuff are just so funny in esports in general. Would
the solution not then be standardization of what titles means? I guess you can't really do that though, can you?
Yeah, well, you can't do that, but then also you're going to have people that are just more.
The problem is with standardization is it would be shit standardization.
Exactly.
Because they're inept.
Yes. And also, interestingly enough, a lot of people might not remember this. There was an effort a couple of years ago by people that have since been ousted from the scene due to their severe incompetence, right? To make a like coaching / like analyst academy thing where people would get a degree. Do you know what I'm referring to? Do you remember this?
I don't remember this.
They wanted to standardize coaching and like analyst achievement, and like if you were capable or like.
Do you think that there is implicit danger in doing that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, because you're not necessarily incentivizing people to come up with their own ability to critically think.
That and the people that would be evaluating and doing the litmus tests were not qualified.
Not capable, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I had somewhere I wanted to go with this. Because we were talking about... Oh, I think this ties into something I wanted to ask. I think a lot of people will ask you... I think one of the most boring questions you get asked pretty consistently is like, and I think I've even asked you it for self-indulgent reasons off of camera. What would your dream roster be if you assembled it? I'm actually wanting to ask you something that's like kind of similar. Maybe you've tapped onto it somewhat, but in a world in which you would have Because you've talked about having keys to the kingdom offers before.
Yeah, I have. I mean, this offseason I declined 3 coaching offers. There was only one that was really close to happening.
An actual key to the kingdom offer whereby you design the actual structure. Because the meme is always that like, oh, the systems. Like the C9 meme is the system.
Oh, the C9 systems are terrible.
Yeah. So let's say for argument's sake, you are the architect of the systems. What does an LS system look like? Who works there? What kind of people work there? And how is it structured?
So interestingly enough, I mean, there's going to be different types of systems depending on which personalities you make on a team. Now, if we were to summarize it into like, but I can't answer it like that because it's a loaded question when you do that.
Sure.
So if you're making a system for like a red theme team, right? So if we were to summarize them or compartmentalize them into red and blue,
sure.
Right? The system perhaps for a red theme team based on like, you know, the evaluations of their personalities and like all this other type of stuff is going to look very different than the system of a blue, you know, personality team. And I think that stack deck personalities are really, really important in teams, and people don't realize that because all it takes is one personality on that team to just ruin it. Especially if like some of those personalities are like on the fence or like something. So I don't know. But again, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. That's another thing, which is why that's why the systems meme became a meme, because they're not trying to achieve anything more. They're just trying to win an A. That's it. That's all they care about. So, you know, and I mean, Jack even said that in one of his Reddit posts where he's like, well, I think it's time that people realize that, you know, the East is just really ahead, somewhere in his Reddit comment history. You know, and again, what are you trying to achieve? That's another really big question. Are you just trying to win the split, or are you trying to do more internationally? And then what are you up against? Because an Eastern team trying to do well internationally is going to look to have a different system than a Western team looking to win internationally, because the Western team is at more of a deficit.
So just to kind of get you to further clarify, what does a blue system look like?
I mean, I don't. Oh, that was a shadow. I'm like, what, do I have a massive bruise? I don't know, because it's too vague.
Sure.
Players can be blue, but have very different personalities.
I guess more so what I'm saying is like you're someone that I think has gone on record to kind of critique the way in which teams are set up, especially C9.
Yeah.
What would you do differently? Like, what would you remove? What would your...
Well,
I'm saying, and when I talk about system, it's not necessarily... I mean, more so like... Because you're talking about lack of... Like, arbitrary titles. What do you think is important to have in your backroom star? Do you agree with that you need, like...
C9 managed to have some of the best, like, coaching and analytical talent on their team and just ruined it. Like, that's impressive. They actually managed to make some of like the finest jewelry in the world look like something that you'd find at a thrift store. Like, I mean, that really is impressive in itself, that you can manage to actually tarnish and wear down something that should otherwise just be so luminous in nature.
Yeah.
Like, there is so much ineffective time in... So if you're asking about C9, there is so much wasted dead time in C9's schedule that just has nothing to do with the game. Nothing. It's all ceremony.
Can you give examples of like what kind of stuff they were going up to?
No.
Okay.
But the order of the day for the coach, fundamentally, and I know that it hasn't changed, like, you know, unless they're changing it for next year, I know that it hasn't changed. The order of the day for the coach fundamentally just wastes like 4 hours. It just... total fucking waste of time.
Was that a major grievance that you had?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's just it's not effective. It's not what is going to produce the best results. It's not in the best interest of the team to have this schedule. Now, every team is going to have different schedules, right? I mean, obviously you're honing in on C9 because I was like part of that and stuff. Like T1 schedule is very interesting, and I really do like T1 schedule. Can it be optimized even better? Yeah, it probably can. T1's schedule would be like the players arrive in the morning, right? Sometimes they actually arrive like 10, 20 minutes before the scrim. and they'll just do 1v1s, or they'll, yeah, they'll do 1v1s or an ARAM or like something like to warm up, whatever. They'll eat breakfast. And then they'll play their scrims. And then the break will happen at like 4. As a team, they'll go down and eat at or not go down, they'll go up, 3rd floor to 9th. They'll go up together, cafeteria to eat. Normally, they all sit together. Sometimes they'll sit apart and stuff. They'll talk about the game. They'll talk about whatever. Then from 4 until 7, you sort of have like this break. Now, you finish eating maybe like 5:30, whatever, right? You sort of have this break to do whatever you want. Now, they utilize the break in different ways, but it is still a pretty good mental reset. Then you go back, you have the rest of the scrims. And then at the very end of scrims, you have like, some sort of a recap thingy. Technically, then you have whatever you want to do. Sometimes they had streaming obligations that they could have to do, and that's, whatever. It's tied into the contract and whatnot. And then other times they play solo queue till, 3 or 4 a.m., etc. Now, there's stuff that can be added after that, or you could technically even add something before it, but there's very little dead time. Now, for the coach or, the coach or the staff, whatever, they have activity that goes on in between that 4 to 7 break that isn't just eating, right? And that better optimizes their time because they're not doing what the players are necessarily doing when they go to do their stream or like the solo queue and stuff, right? But they have the option to, which is obviously good. So there's even less downtime and dead time for coaches during that time period. And I think that's very good. But there's not a whole lot of dead space for them that actually is very prevalent in Western team setups, which is good. And that's just T1.
So if you had it your way, you'd have players practicing a lot more.
Well, I mean, I think it's a major red flag when they don't want to practice. It's not. If I had it my way, and the player doesn't want to play a lot,
no, of course,
unless they're literally chovy, it's a red flag. It just is.
In the sense that you think that what they're
why don't you love the game? Like how you're not going to point towards any truly insane athlete ever that was not madly in love with the game. You can't name one.
Fair. I guess it's interesting to talk about the T1 thing as well, because you spoke about that meeting you had with Faker, with Nemesis as a witness in the room. And I know that one of the things
Ray was translating that day.
One of the things that we've spoken about is the disconnect, or potentially, I'd like to think that most people understand it, like how impressive it is. But I can imagine it would have been a form of major vindication that he, in some ways, I mean, during your discussions with him, because you spoke about him being like a degree of like a test for you in terms of.
Well, he was a litmus test. It was a multi-hour long talk about VOD review, draft, and my theory on the game and stuff.
Would it be fair to characterize that you aligned on your game view, or would it just be more that he accepted your viewpoint?
So yeah, I mean, he was very poker faced in a lot of ways until he loosened up and whatever in the conversations. I thought that was really good. So yeah, it means a lot to get approval from someone like that who has every reason in the world to just want to reject me. And I think that's impressive. And I just remember getting the phone call from Joe Marsh. I remember where I was standing. I was actually on the road over there, road that leads to where the Kimbab place is. I was walking that way to go and get Mom's Touch, actually, and Joe Marsh called me. And yeah, he told me how the call went with John Kim and Faker. And that was really good. Because we were also worried that he was going to be in a bad mood because he was having to do this like litmus test while he was home on like vacation. Because we were just trying to move through everything so quickly. Board approval, John Kim, Joe Marsh approval, and then Faker has to sign off. Faker doesn't sign off, I can't join. So I get a sign off from Faker after that. And then that's when it's decided, and they asked me to come back for strategic coach. So, I mean, stuff like that happens. Yeah, it was good. That was good.
So you had a 3-hour conversation. Where would you say what were like the most notable moments that occurred during that? I can imagine majority of people watching would have just loved this intensive.
The most notable moments.
Fly on the wall during that.
were probably when he told me something wouldn't happen, and then I went step by step to explain why it would, and then he would pause, and then agree.
Really?
Those moments happened a lot. And it was mostly had to do with laning phase stuff. Like, I was really adamant that Kana made a mistake on a rotation, or like a wave crash, and I could mathematically, like, explain what. Augur? I didn't talk about Augur. How long was it dead?
Basically talked about being vindicated by the T1 process. I mean, to TLDR, basically all that you said, you basically talked about how you had a 3 hour long conversation with him. You kind of aligned in a sense, and you remember getting the phone call from Joe Marsh about John Kim giving you the job. And I mean, you're talking about now, like we're in the thick of the conversation about like how you were kind of, I guess you would call it Socratic method, right? In some ways, it's sort of like that, not really though, but like how you're able to kind of mathematically dictate how mistakes that were being made
You
during
can
the game.
demonstrate it.
Yeah, demonstrate.
Yeah.
So
It's all I've ever wanted to do with people, but like a lot of people want to avoid demonstration.
did
It's really weird.
did you have a lot of self-doubt before that in terms of being able to demonstrate?
I prepped a lot before that meeting because you gotta understand that I was like, that was thrown at me with very short notice. And so I just remember I just remember watching like lots of different stuff and being on Discord with like different people and just talking about the game and stuff. Yeah. I was very doubtful going into that meeting. Just because I just felt like he has every reason to just say no. Yeah. I did not know what to expect. Yeah.
Was there anything you disagreed on? Like fundamentally, was there anything he wasn't willing to accept?
I wouldn't say it was like, we didn't have like disagreements. One of the things that did end up happening is we thought that, I thought that, like one draft was just much more favored. And then he thought the other draft could win. But then I gave him the hypothetical of, if it's the two best teams in the world, and this team plays with this intention of like forcing this game state and only playing towards this game state, are they not more likely to win? And it was like that kind of a question. But I wouldn't say it's a disagreement.
With someone that I think Faker you would describe as being someone that keeps his cards, his cards very close to his sleeves or whatever, his chest. I don't know what the expression is. Lost on me there. But it's interesting to draw an analog from my interview with Nemesis that's coming out. He talks about how his own personal stoicism and how emotionally withdrawn he is inspired a lot by Faker.
Interesting.
So for me, an interesting thing is for you to have a conversation in depth about his game philosophy for 3 hours. What would you say, like, if you had to break it
Well,
down?
yeah, I don't know if this was captured on the recording or if the mic had died. But I talked about one of the most impressive things was his refusal to allow cold reading. I don't know if that was captured, but yeah.
And can you just to reiterate?
Yeah, just to reiterate, cold reading. So cold reading, this happen. It's very common in the scene by most analysts and coaches, where they will get into a conversation with the player and they will play off what the player is saying. They'll ask the player what they think they went wrong. And then depending on what the player says, the coach or analyst or person will then try to like respond to it with language that can like just play around it and navigate the conversation that way. And one of the most impressive things with Faker is he was the first player that I ever met that seemed very cognizant of that being a real thing and refusing to let it happen. So he would never let me ask him his thoughts or his questions. He would always demand that I do it first. Then he would let me know his thoughts. And that was really fascinating because it seemed like he was conscious of doing it, with how adamant he was about like always making it a point that he would not speak first on various topics. Seemed very equipped to do like litmus test. It was very good.
I guess then my question would be, in relation to what I was talking about before, I think where people might not have necessarily access to understanding the man behind Faker, I think everyone is so obsessed with the mythos that is front facing, the unkillable demon king, and all of these things. Having had a conversation with him that is probably more perceptive than 99.99% of people have access to, what would you characterize his thought process or game philosophy on in the modern age? Because I think back then it was easy to see the
I
kind
think
of
he
player
is
he is.
always willing to learn, and I think he really, really is open-minded if you can really explain it.
Mm.
That was my takeaway from all the combos that I ever had with him. If you can really, really explain something, not only will he try it, he's also just willing to accept that, yeah. Like,
Is Faker a blue player?
yeah. He's very blue.
Talked about his adaptability, which I suppose is a testament to his 10 years of being amongst the best, right? But if you had to, from studying him back in the day, like and having that conversation with him a few years ago, what would you say are the most remarkable differences between him then as a player and now?
I mean, I'd have to think about that a lot.
I kind of wanted to talk about, it ties back to what we were talking about before in terms of like systems that allow you to succeed personally. Because I gave you the thought experiment whereby you construct your own system, and you fairly said that it's relatively vague, so it might be difficult for you to commit to an answer there. But I wanted to ask you in which environments you think you personally thrive in. Because it'd be fair to say that you struggle potentially in some situations and potentially in other situations. I know from speaking to you that you thrive in other scenarios. So what do you think are the conditions that make LS perform at
Ones
maximum?
that allow for obsession would probably just be like the most apt answer. As long as I'm allowed to obsess.
And what needs to happen for that to happen? What is a major preventative measure that prevents you from obsessing?
Inconsistency in routine or routines that aren't conducive to growth, or like routines that have too much downtime, right? Would be like another example. Things like that.
We spoke about it before. I mean, like we talked about like in terms of like creativity and like drive for both of us that we spoke about. We had a conversation that really struck out to me about during the time where you were like at your absolute apex streaming in terms of hours. I can't remember what you said the hours you were doing a month were.
There were a couple of months I had 400 plus hour months. Yeah.
400 plus hour months. And you spoke about one of the major like the way you described your relationship with Max Waldo is essentially he was like a conductor for you, like electricity was.
Yeah. I think because me and Max have talked about this a lot, and it's really heartbreaking. Max realized why he left League and why he thinks more people will leave soon. It is just because you just realize that there's not enough people that can allow you to exist or like flourish. And I think the relationship that like me and Max had with one another was that we played off each other and we enabled each other's like craziness during the build up, like him trying to get so much better as a player, coming to figure out how to like coach and navigating like that aspect of his life and growing and stuff. And I really liked that he was just always on. He was down for anything 16 hours, right? And so I could just play off of him. Whereas nowadays, I don't get people like that. And most people are like lazy or everything's just online or, whatever. And sure, I had this really grueling year, streaming wise. It was very, very, very hard for me to do. This year was unholy. But yeah, I mean, Max and me, a really interesting relationship in that regard.
There's a metaphor that you use, and if I mischaracterize it, then feel
The
free.
human vampire thing, or what?
No,
Oh,
that
okay.
wasn't what stood out to me. I think that was interesting. It was actually like a very beautiful metaphor that you use to describe how you feel about your relationship with Max. Is that you're sort of separated by this glass partition whereby you are desperately clambering on for water, thirsty and intense, an intense thirst, whereas he's on the other side of the glass, almost in a tsunami of water, like immediately quenched, and you're happy for him, but you can't understand him.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to pass on in a way, and I can't do that yet. Like, he gave up League, he quit League, and so I mean, this is the crazy thing, right? Is and I said this a lot. Max was Max just objectively was one of the best people that any org could hire, right? And I don't just mean that from like an accolade type thing because he won LCS twice or something, something really stupid. Max could demonstrate, which is the most valuable. It should be the most valuable skill, but for some reason orgs don't think so. He could demonstrate a lot of what he would talk about. He could contend with pro players, right? He could play in scrims. These are all very, very valuable traits, and Max is extremely well spoken, and he's very emotionally intelligent. And these are all very, very valuable skills. Max should have just been one of the most sought after, staff members that anyone could ever have a part of a team. No one sees it that way. That's like disturbing. Now, another thing, and we talked about this at the very beginning, and it's heartbreaking for me now. There is no discernibility in the scene. If I could clone myself, and just I could download my entire brain or thoughts, and I could put it into just a robot or a machine, right? That looks human, seems human, whatever, right? And we both sit there and say similar things. No one will listen to the machine because the machine has no name. That doesn't make any sense. It should be what the clone or the mirror image is saying, not who they are, right? So that's heartbreaking to me. Another me can't exist in the scene, or like analytically, right? You can try. It's fucking grueling. And what I mean by that is like the way that I came up, right? You can't just come up like that anymore. It's not possible. The scene is too diluted, right? There's too many people trying to do it, and yada, yada, yada. And because there's no discernibility, you can't tell who knows more than the other person or who's more adept. Like one of the best educational EDU content creators that exists right now, I don't even know how he's doing, but it doesn't even matter how he's doing. He should just be a lot more popular than he is Alois, the top laner from US. Because of he's very articulate, and also how intelligent he is just about the game on a fundamental level. But again, I could say this about Alois. Let's download Alois's brain, put it into, just a different mirror image, looks totally different, right? This person gets no attention. And that's just the nature of the scene. That makes me want to kill myself, knowing that there's upper management and there are people that should acknowledge that it should be about the substance of what the person is saying, not who they are when you're making these hires. And it's not about that at all. When people want to give me the keys to the kingdom, they want to give me the keys to the kingdom because of my brand, or because they believe that I know what I'm talking about
links back
based
to what we were
on
saying earlier about the public coaching thing. People buying.
Yes. They don't want to give me the keys to the kingdom because of my skills, because they can't tell what the skills are.
And then inherently, what ends up being the problem is that they're not willing to trust your process.
It's bizarre.
They trust your ability to participate in their process.
Yes. So this is fundamentally a problem in the scene. People don't put emphasis on the discernibility and the actual demonstration of skill set. And then they would say that they do, right? They'd be like, oh, we have a hiring process. Oh, we do this. We do A, B, and C. And it's like, well, A, B, and C is not good. It's ineffective. And then you say that to them and they don't want to hear you out. You offer to demonstrate why A, B, and C isn't good. They don't want to hear it.
What is the solution? Because you've talked about there that the best examples of defying discernibility are external intervention.
Yes.
So do you find the people that can discern and then set them up on a consultancy basis?
So here's the really funny thing is the ability to discern, like I said, it supersedes LoL. It has nothing to do with League of Legends. There are people in the real world that just have the ability to tell whether or not what is going on is accurate or not. because it's a type of language. Like, it's just so weird, man. It's so frustrating. Think about it even more. It just gets my blood boiling. It's so sick.
I guess it's fair to say that that is sort of your major point of disenfranchisement with what you do is that lack of discernibility. Because I think it's one of the themes that I've tacked on in this interview is that it kind of it pervades all aspects of your career in the sense that it's a problem you have with the scene from a management perspective that has then gone on to affect your ability to work in a professional capacity, and it also affects your public perception because discernibility is so low that your ideas are ultimately difficult to grasp.
Well, people can't tell, right? No one can tell.
Does that make what you do feel very
Well,
fruitless?
yes, it makes it feel useless, actually. Which is why I have time and time again said that it only matters to the pro players. Which is why when I say certain things, it's not for you, it's for them.
Do you not think that that makes you seem somewhat elitist from a public perspective?
But it has to be that way. It's not elitist. It's just that it has to be that way because there's no fixing it. And going back to the whatchamacallit, what was it? The thing that I tweeted, the
Planck's problem.
Planck's problem. Modern gen players are more receptive and do more of the new or the neo things in the game than older players. Because when you are climbing up through the ranks, the hunger that makes you want to surpass the people above you, right?
Will lead you to alternative options.
Will lead you to alternative options to give you edges. And they understand that. And they have it when they have the hunger, when they have the
Whereas
climb.
complacency teaches you that I'm doing this and it's got me
And
this
it
far.
teaches you to knock people down.
As well, yeah.
Job security, yes.
Yeah. It's the
and then it leads to people getting threatened when you introduce new ideas.
Yeah.
Which is like, again, it goes back to that Febvin thing, where he mocks the idea that, you should ever want to consider all these variables and stuff.
Do you think that comes from a place of fear?
Yeah, it's fear. Fear and job security. You don't want to think that you're inadequate.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. The hard thing to hear there from you is that you feel as if all your work is fruitless.
It's all useless. It's all completely useless.
Apart from to the pro players, from what you say.
The ones that have helped, yeah. It's all useless. I completely failed.
I think that was the most difficult thing to hear you say when you said in my interview that you feel as if you've spent 10 years and you failed. And
I completely failed.
I think it'll be difficult for a lot of people to hear. What do you characterize your failure as? Why do you feel like you failed?
I couldn't find a way to force demonstration. And as big as I got, right, 2020, 2021, 2022, as large as I got, it just doesn't matter. It can't get big enough, and then you deal with, I had you watch that movie, you deal with the opposition that just say the opposite. Not because they believe it, but, they don't even necessarily have to believe it. It's just like you're dealing with like these like wars almost in a way, and it's just like really weird. So I think I failed in that regard. I think I failed. I don't know. It was never. Again, it was never about does it come from me. It's the substance of what I'm saying should be all that matters.
Yeah, because then it goes back to like you learning from Yosh, right? It's like these are tools to be picked up.
Yes.
Because it should never be about you.
Yeah.
Do you feel in some ways that a lot of what you're saying is doomed to failure because it has to be about you? It has to be about the person saying it rather than the actual.
No,
tools.
I mean there's a quote. When you're on top, you can't make you can't make a wrong move. When you're on the bottom, you can't. Nothing you do is right.
I in regards to, for anyone that's unclear, because you tweeted about it, Planck's principle, it's the idea that I've got the quote here. A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die. A paraphrase being, science progresses one funeral at a time.
Yeah.
In some way, do you feel as if it might be too soon to call what you've done as a failure, because the yields of your labor might be yet to come? Fruits of your labor, rather.
Oh, I think I definitely think I failed.
How can you
People,
know?
well, because failure is up to my own interpretation, right? People can't define what is failure and success. What's success? The fact that I have millions? Is that success to some people? The fact that I have whatever following I do
No,
on Twitter
success,
and
I think majority of people, in understanding you.
no, but these are the baseline definitions that people use. They use these arbitrary things for what is success and failure, but it's not up to them. It's up to me to define what success and failure is. So I did fail because I failed.
I'm attempting to grapple with the nuance of what
Right.
you're saying, in which I'm saying I'm not trying to apply an arbitrary definition of what success would be, but I think from what your onset of what you do, and I think the general understanding of you as a person from people would be that you've come with a mission statement to spread what you believe is right, to warn people of something you think is wrong. And I think that it's potentially too soon for you to call the results on that study. And part of this is because I think it goes back to one of the first things we talked about, esports as history, stagnation periods of games. I mean, I shout out to my researcher Dom on this. This is something he pointed out to me that was really good, because he's a history student. He pointed out there's a field of let's find this in my notes.
I just fucking realized something.
What?
I'm gonna puke.
Why?
Second. So lucky, okay.
What happened?
I thought there was no VOD.
Come on.
No, but there's a VOD.
Nice.
I mean, I believe there's a VOD.
Cool.
Can you check if there's a VOD? Oh, wait, you're in Korea. You can't check.
Well, so are you.
Huh?
We're both in Korea.
Yeah.
Unless this is a hologram.
True.
You do have a lot of money, so maybe you'd be able to access the
Maybe.
technology. But yeah, as I was talking about, I mean, this might be a little bit too wordy, maybe, but like basically, there's a school of thought in history, whereas like there's two like sides to this argument. You have people that look at history as like the story of man and specific events. But there's a school of history called the Annals.
I mean, but I also failed in a lot of ways because I wasn't able to.
Can you let me explain, motherfucker?
Sure, go on.
So this focus on perspective is essentially, it boils it down to like the idea that history is so slow to be imperceptible. The idea that like you should look at it in glacial periods. So the way that they attach to history is like over 1,000 years, 100 years, in these pure denominations. I wonder if, because esports has not existed for so long, that you have to look at it in denominations of things like 10 years. You talked about that stagnant period. We're in this stagnant period, and esports exists, and in the game cycle, it exists in these different things. I think with that in mind, with that approach on history, rather than it being about individual events, because I think you're someone that's so wrapped up in individual events and what's going on, that I think it is imperviously hubristic of you to assume that you can discern, ironically, failure at the moment with so much of what you do now being something that will exist in a cycle.
Yes,
For example, Griffin,
Mhm.
it's too early for you to call your successes on him. And I think if you were to look at it in a period, if you look at...
Well, Griffin meant a lot to me because I was able to achieve something. I was able to make sure that...
Sure, but let me posit this to you.
Yeah.
So let's say you start a lot of your work on a major... You've been working since season 3, but like, let's say for argument's sake, season 6 is really the point at which you start to get like a lot of attention for a lot more of your ideas on like a major platform kind of way. Would you say that's fair?
7.
7? Cool.
Yeah.
So let's say that this exists on a 10-year timescale. In around 3 years, those are really when some of the people that you've majorly affected, like let's say, for example, Busio Tenacity potentially, Griffin. That's when that period comes into effect. So my point is, in attempting to maybe stray away from some of the nihilistic pessimism that you feel in regards to your failure, do you not feel it's too early to call on that?
No,
Why?
because it's not about individual players.
How can you quantify the ones that you might not have had in personal reactions that may be a benefit from your content?
Because it's about what is the general consensus, but also it was about I don't know, general approach to things, like for teams and other types of stuff. I don't know. It's very disheartening. It's very sad. I don't know. I used to spend so many nights talking with like Max, or even after Max left. This is 2021 and stuff, thinking about like what more can I do to try to fix this, or like make things better, but it's not interested in it. It's really weird.
Same like passion that you've spent 10 years pouring into solving this, so you feel like you've lost it.
Oh, I don't have it anymore, yeah.
When did you lose it?
Um, so interestingly, this past summer I had actually a pretty big flare up of like passion again. This is when we were doing the scrims. We were playing against the LCK Academy
Yeah.
and CL teams, and I was actively playing a lot again, and I was one win off GM again. Um, so I had it a lot then, but I think a lot of it was attributed to Griffin, because I just wanted to see Griffin get into T1. Um, and I think that there was something there. So I was very fired up, in that regard. And I felt very good playing a lot again and like all this other type of stuff. But also one of the things, and I mean, I'm sure that you'll bring this up. This is like the disconnect with my community and like other stuff, right? Where I'm not really even sure what anything is anymore, because I did that experiment where I just don't use Twitch chat, and I just purely talk analytically about the game, and I do the mini draft kingdoms in between games and
Mm.
like all this other type of stuff. And I noticed that there's no needle movement, right? I can't tell anymore, like what exactly. And what I mean by needle movement is it's like
You don't know who your audience is
I don't
anymore.
know who it is anymore. Yeah, because it doesn't seem to matter what I do in a way. Um, and
It almost to me, from what you're saying, feels like you feel as if you're atop the ladder with no more rungs to climb.
no, I just I got lost
I
in a
mean more
way.
so in the way of like when you have something to look up at, you can sort of there's room to grow in terms of like people's capacity to understand you, but it feels like almost at this point that it just doesn't necessarily matter what you do. People are gonna turn up, and
Yeah,
that's probably like a lack of motivation for you.
sure. There's definitely that as a major lack of motivation, and then also just like knowing a lot of the more fucked up things that go on in the scene, like both team wise and also even like streamer sphere. Um, so many fucked up things, and people are just so oblivious to all of it, and it's like then they pretend to not be oblivious to it when something comes out 2 years down the line. It's like, oh, revisionist fucking, I don't know, hindsight.
How much do you think the signs are on the wall for people to really work out what's going on?
Oh, a lot of things are fucking plain as day if you know what you're looking at. Like I was telling you, I was at a dinner the other night, and one of the people who is not a part of League was able to point out something that is just glaringly obvious,
Yeah.
as it's an elephant in the room and no one notices, um, as like a problem in our sphere, right?
Mm.
Um, yeah, it's strange.
Well, I'll say as well, like I can't claim to be above this. Like I think having learned things recently, just from not necessarily that you even told me that much, like just being involved more in the space and just I think naturally by
You're starting to see it.
course of my job, like
Yeah.
just learn more. I think I'll say this openly. I think this was something that I was going to tweet and make a long, potentially a video for Twitter on at the end of this tournament. Like I have very quickly become disillusioned with doing this or
Mm.
wanting to do esports because of I don't know if the weird thing is, and I think just via my place here, there is a degree of assumption that will be made that like, oh, I'm like part of the doom and gloom LS pessimism cult or something like this. But I don't know quite now to describe to any of you out there that might have aspirations to work in this space that like having done it now, and I don't claim to have any sort of like major success. I think I'm like budding along and like potentially in a good position at the moment to like climb up. I don't think I've done anything just yet to like of note. But the underbelly, and you look down and you see it and you experience these weird moments where you really see it for the abyss that it is. And it's really quite scary because it's almost as if it's like that thing, you know, when you're a kid and you believe in like, you know when you're like 13, you look at these like Illuminati videos and you're like, oh, like this is like this big grand conspiracy. You realize when you're a bit older, it's actually not really like that. It's not necessarily that like these people are working together. It's more that there's just like a conglomerate of bad people that have arrived at similar conclusions about doing bad things.
Sure.
So it's like they're not necessarily working in coalition, but the destination is the same for a lot of them. And I think the capacity to do nefarious things that are confounded on such deep and intense lies, which are the worst kind because everyone is so friendly to each other.
Right.
And I think that's the thing.
It's the most disturbing thing in the world.
No, that's
and
the thing.
It pisses me off. It makes me really, really upset. And it's why I, again, going back to actions over words, I get real mad when people's actions don't match their words. And I know that the intentions are nefarious, or that the way that they really feel is different from, whatever else it is.
Yeah, I think the major facade for me is just how there is, I mean, this is one of the, you touched on it, the nefarious things is, we're touching on here, like just the major disconnect between what is portrayed online for some people and when you actually interact with these people.
In person.
There is just a major, major disconnect that like, I don't think people could begin to fathom. And it almost feels like in saying this, the immediate assumption is an appeal to authority. I'm essentially asking you to just trust me, bro, which I understand is a fallacy in of itself. But what I will say is that as much as people like to willfully misinterpret whatever they see, I wish people were able to build conclusions with full clarity in mind, because I think the conclusions they would build would be so like, I would like to see like a room of 100 people that have like such partisan opinions on a multitude of different topics within the space. I would like to see their eyes melt in their head as they're sort of akin and put prospectively in front of like the eldritch horrors that is this space. Because you would literally see their entire worldview shatter in a moment.
Yeah, what they think the space is like versus what it really is.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like it's actually just like, and I say that as someone that's like not tenured at all. Like I've been around for 6 months, and I've already had like multiple interactions that I consider to be like I've had a few like I don't know.
But see, you won't talk about them either because you understand how dangerous it is to talk about it, right? So this goes back to me being not agreeable since my infancy. I just never cared.
Yeah,
and that's one of the the things.
Like for example, one of the only reasons that the thread that came out about Dardo, the guy on the Fnatic, leaked messages of the guy that formerly worked at the company but didn't anymore. That only comes out because he has no stake anymore. Like he's just no reason to care. Like majority of the reasons why things come out is because people have no invested stake or whatever. I'm in a position whereby like I don't want to talk about anything that goes on because, like you're saying, I mean, part of it comes from a degree of cowardice. I wish I could be more of a vagabond and a firebrand in that way, and a whistleblower. But ultimately, like I'm in a position whereby getting at the start of what I do, I believe that I have a talent and I want to tell stories towards people. Right. But like I need to financially build myself to a position whereby I can support doing this, or it's back to like doing what I was doing before, which is like working in a fucking minimum wage job in a call center somewhere. Nice. Like not telling many stories there. I'm talking to fucking dairy farmers from Idaho, like for a fucking market research study. Okay. True story, actually. I did that. Fucking horrible. That made me want to do the thing that you were talking about earlier in game.
All right.
But yeah, point being that like that is something that I can relate to heavily on and back you up on. Like the nefarious nature and nebulous nature of what this industry is, like just how it exists.
Well, and some people, I mean, you can't imagine. Like some things, I don't know. It's really strange. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know.
the other thing is when we did this stream, I did not want to talk about like some things that obviously have now led to my current disinterest in continuing with a lot of stuff, but some of it is just absolutely fucking mind-numbing and bewildering. It's just what it is, and the disconnect as well. There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. It's strange.
Do you find it difficult? Because I think what we're talking about there is like I think the annoying thing is you have a lot of people that like act as this main proponent of like they are the people that like are doing these things, but then you have everyone around them that sort of like it feels like, I don't know, everyone has a degree of guilt in upholding this structure when we talk about the nefarious side of it. There's a lot of people that I consider to be like nice people, like I meet them and they're lovely, like wonderful, but like
they're not.
When you actually no, they're nice, but like it's like when you actually analyze the actions of what they're doing, essentially it's just enable for personal benefit the actions of people around them,
Sure.
Which to me is another confusing aspect of it. But it's like, I don't know, at what point can I really fault them because they have to do that potentially for their own livelihood as well.
For sure.
It's like, I don't know, I think the number one thing that we're talking about here, like just overarching theme, is like the lengths people are willing to go to defend the status quo, which is like really why no progress can really be made. Which I think is what you're getting at and why you're so depressed, is because you feel like nothing can be done.
I don't know. It's also weird when you talk to some people and it's almost like they think what you're saying must be so outlandish that they almost think that you're dumb. In a way. I've had that feeling a few times. Like I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, it's very it's weird, man. It's because I can't even understand what it's like, because when I'm confronted with people that can openly demonstrate, it's almost like you don't want them to leave in a way. So I don't know. I don't know what it's like. It's fine.
I wanted to ask you in terms of, I think you're probably talking more in depth with your disenfranchisement. I've used that word a lot now, I need to find another one, synonyms. But you talked a lot about just your disconnect and like more apathy towards the scene, probably more in depth than you have done before, even if you've covered it. I think something that will confuse people is that you've presumably had this for a while now, but where a lot of your decisions before, obviously you were passionate, but you more made them out of necessity and survival because you were in a position whereby you were struggling. Right. You're now in a position where there's been a degree of comfortability in your life. But I mean, I think having conversations with you and having a general overview of you, you were someone that was obsessed with stability and constant potential anxiety about returning to that point, never feel like it was enough.
Yeah,
is part of why you are content in abandonment now, or content in just watching the world burn. Maybe is it because you feel like you've reached a degree of financial stability?
Well, I mean, objectively, I've known that I've been at it for a while, right? But I did want to just keep going for like various reasons. Yeah, I don't know. There's parts of me that still enjoys certain things when I get really going. But I just realized that it's just really weird. Going back to the questions thing, if I can ask someone 3 questions that just show why they're saying doesn't make sense, or it's not like real, like whatever it is they're saying, I just get really, really depressed. That disheartens me a lot. Yeah, I think like this year, like the last couple of months, like again, the last really serious offer that I did consider and that I turned down, I turned down on the premise that like this is the year that I fully acclimate to Korea, like officially, and I've been learning Korean now the last couple of months, and I'm doing all of this stuff, and I like Griffin left, and Worlds was ending and like everything else, and then like even watching Worlds, it was depressing, like the meta and like basic things, and like sure, the new map and stuff looks cool, and some of the stuff in Hui, the new champion and stuff, these things are all like cool and stuff, but what's not cool is like continuing to just live in sanity and pretending that like there's not a lot of other big problems in the room. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
I think one of my questions would be, at the risk of this turning into a bit of a therapy session, because I think in no way am I qualified to do that because I have my own issues. What do you feel like? Because I think what you can be characterized by there, and you spoke about one of the ways in which you need to be enabled is to allow your obsession to flourish.
Yeah,
And I think it's easy to describe you as an intense person.
sure.
I think you're obsessive and like you work yourself to the bone when you allow yourself to in a way that compromises you. I wanted to
Sure.
ask you, what are some things that you felt like after 10 years of living such an intense life, what have you lost because of your intensity in your life?
Well, I mean, I lost a lot of my like youth, I think. Like in terms of when I go out and do normal things now, it feels very alien in a lot of ways. But at the same time, it's very peaceful. No, yeah, I definitely do think that learning to not be as intense is actually like a very big process that's been the last few months.
And do you think it took you being out of that sort of, sometimes you need to take yourself out of the spin zone to realize that you have vertigo, right? Do you feel like it took you not being in such an intense environment to finally realize what being that intense was costing you in other ways?
It took that, and it took me realizing that I couldn't find another person to help enable me in a way. You know what I mean? Like in 2020,
Since Max.
yeah, Max. And then there was also like I had like, you know, I mean, me and Nemesis were really, really close for a while, and then me and Nemesis fell out. I mean, that's another thing that I don't know bothers me to this day. I can't comprehend it. I really can't. Like logically, I can't. Reasoning, logic-wise, there's no comprehension. I don't know. Strange. It's really, really strange. That's another like very saddening thing, you know? Like I think over the last few years. I don't understand why a lot of relationships, especially in League of Legends, as someone that came from StarCraft, right? Because I'm still very good with a lot of my StarCraft friends. StarCraft had way more tension between each other, like friends, but it seems like in League, friendships and like all these other types of things, they're just so fucking weird, and I can't understand them, and I don't know if it has to do with age or like what. I don't know if it has to do with the way that the environment like came up and stuff, but this revisionist history that some people have towards events and situations is really weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you feel like that same intensity? I mean, you talked about it costing you your youth in some ways. Do you feel like it's had a bearing on some of your personal relationships over the years?
Oh, it absolutely did, yeah. I mean, it destroyed a lot of them, the intensity, because I couldn't dial back. And when I did start to dial back, it's almost like I got blamed for dialing back in some ways, right? Like the reason, well, I mean, the reason that I left the apartment in Incheon 2 years ago, right? So I had moved to Daejeon for 2.5 months. And the reason that I left the apartment in Incheon is I was going to kill myself if I stayed there. Like, being like house dad to everything that was going on in that house, the arguments that would happen with the Koreans and you know, Crucial and like all this other stuff, and like burning out on League and everything else going on, I needed to dial back. And it's almost like me dialing back was held against me in a weird way, even though I was only an hour away by train. You know what I mean? It was really weird.
I suppose there's a permanence offered when you're always there.
Yeah, it was I don't know. I mean, it was just very strange. It was just really weird. I felt really bad for Yeah, I mean, I feel really bad. I feel really bad for Tuv, and I do feel bad for like Nemesis at that time period because like there's no predicting what was gonna happen. Now, also that summer, I lost several people very close to me. Right, John Kim also passed away. I went to his funeral, with Nemesis even, and John Kim was so important to me.
Mm.
And it all happened so suddenly. I just lose 3 people in like a 6 week span, and mentally I'm just really fucked. And there's all that going on. Summer split's coming to an end, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna move to Daejeon. I'm gonna take a break from like stuff. I need to just not BLS. I need to like, so I go there.
Yeah.
And also during this time period, and I talked about this in part one of like my year to year recap stuff,
Yeah.
that like my thoughts got really, really dark during that time period, and like I don't know. It's really fucked up. I don't want to go into some of the really more messed up things. I think I talked about some of it in part one, but it was really fucking weird.
Hmm.
Well, it was 2021 summer. It was a really rough time.
I hope you won't mind me asking this, but as someone that's been in those kind of dark places, and I think we're lucky to always think like having walked back from things like that and surviving it, there are always reasons for it, right? Like I think when I've been in positions like that, like the fact that I have younger brothers that are relying on me as an older example, and in many ways like an emotional testament that they can make through whatever they've gone through. Because similarly, they've lived through similar lives as me.
Sure.
What are the things that kept you here?
I don't even. No, I mean, I don't think anything necessarily kept me here at all. It's just always the same. It was always the same cycle, right? I would just endure it long enough, and then that's it.
I think that's a relatively distressing thought, the idea that you don't have anything to,
Nothing's tethering me.
not tethering, but like I think everyone has like a something that keeps them going, you know?
Well, things definitely. I mean, nothing really keeps me going. I mean, it's definitely things that helped keep me going the other way, for sure. Like events and things that have happened over the years.
You don't feel as if there are things that are keeping you going, like in your general life, like
No, I mean, look at me today. You saw me all day today. What was I doing?
in bed, depressed.
Yeah. So I laid in bed for what, 10 hours?
Yeah.
Something with the brown noise on. And I need the brown noise. Like, I mean, and I'm depressed because I know the things that we're going to talk about, and I know that I'm going to physically feel these emotions.
Yeah.
And that I want to scream that people don't get it in a way. No, it sucks.
Is it?
It sucks to also have to both simultaneously attack and defend an identity of me that doesn't exist. Which in a way, kind of we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's a lot of false beliefs about me that just aren't actually accurate when you add context.
I mean, I think it's one of the things I said to you about is like, for me, I think being around you and sort of seeing that more, I think you're someone that is like relatively vulnerable in terms of like what they put forward public facing, but I think there's vulnerability that you put forward as defense, and there's vulnerability that's like true at its pure essence, you know?
You can elaborate. I don't mind.
Like, well, I think lots of people like will have vulnerability that like is just put in a position whereby it's not really necessarily wrapped up in like a intense dark truth that is like difficult to put across. I don't think it's difficult to say I'm depressed, make jokes about like, oh, I want to do this to myself, you know?
Sure.
I don't think that's difficult. I think with how flippant it can be, like I know that I make jokes about that as well.
Sure.
It comes from a place of truth, but it doesn't necessarily take any degree of effort or
Sure.
courage. But I think when you talk about, for example, how even right now, like you feel emotions and it makes you want to scream, because I do genuinely believe that. I don't think that's for show. I think that is a show of true vulnerability that I hope people can appreciate more about you, and I hope it's a side of you that maybe people don't necessarily understand, that like you're not doing this for fun. You are sort of trapped. I think that is the tragedy of you, that you are sort of trapped into this is the only pathway, and you feel very overtly emotional. And there might be deep flaws, and it's not all swings and roundabouts in terms of like a lot of your logic. There might be a disconnect from like it's just very stubborn, and it's the way that you view things, and like some things you might be wrong about. But I don't think anything one can refute that it comes from a place of intensity and passion, which I think makes it all the more sad, really, that you're in this position.
Sure.
Do you feel as if, equally as if you feel like you failed, is there a part of you where, because I think a lot of people's interpretation would be like, oh, like the scene has let him down, potentially, if they are a fan of you. There was obviously people that are inevitably going to rejoice that you feel like this.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
But do you feel from your perspective that there are ways in which the scene has let you down, or the structure has let you down?
No, I don't think the scene let me down. It's nothing to do with the scene. No, I don't think anyone owes me anything.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
which
no
I think is
anything.
also telling.
No, I don't think anyone owes me anything.
So what do you chalk it up to?
What? The failure?
Just everything. Like it must be difficult to like, because if you're talking about like a system of thought that exists within your head where you're always trying to find the perpetrator. Is it hard to place a perpetrator with all the problems you have?
Oh.
Because it's probably so subdued and tied up in they, like we spoke earlier, right? Like it's more of a feeling or an entity than it is.
Sure. Makes me feel, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
I mean, it's probably a bit difficult, I think. I guess, I don't know, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I've not really circled over.
Get an olive.
Huh?
I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay. Whenever he walks away, I feel like I should be doing like an ad read for something.
Huh?
Raid Shadow Legends is a great game.
I actually have an ad with them this month or something I have to do. It's for YouTube though. So.
It's an extra 2K fee. I'll be taking 50% of that. Thank you. Questions would be, we talked about the flaws inherently you feel with the systems, but you have to be a part of these systems to change them. And do you think that someone that is as intense as you is built to survive in systems like that? I think that what comes with you is such a, you say, like a need to make windows and doors on a box. You challenge everything, and you sort of will kick and scream and throw your toys out of the pram if it means making a new one, if that makes sense. Do you feel like, it almost feels like you're set up for failure in a way?
Why?
Well, because if these systems are so rigid in place in which they don't accept a change to the status quo, like where could you have succeeded in a team environment?
In theory, I could have, like, well, I mean, on this, well, this is where one of the weird things comes with. In theory, I think that I would have been very set up to have a lot of like ideal structure and like other stuff at one of the teams that offered me, right? I think that they would have set up a lot of things. My confusion comes from that should want to exist based on the skill set that I am bringing,
rather than the brand, yeah,
not my brand. And so if you believe in the skill set, then you should then just follow through with or without me being there. So it's weird when that disconnect happens, because that doesn't make any sense. That's also depressing to me, in a way.
Well, because it means your work is for naught because another person like you can't exist.
Yes.
Is that part of the reason whereby you attempt to uplift so many people by having them on the co-stream, in the attempt that maybe you...
Well, my belief with over the years in 2020, 2021, 2022 with streamers and co-streamers and whatnot is I always thought it was really important, as someone that's been around for going on 20 years in esports, I understand what branding means and how important it is and all this other stuff. And I've been telling you about like various things.
Yeah.
I always wanted to bring people onto the co-streams. I wanted to bring pro players onto the co-streams. And people are like, oh, LS always defends his friends and stuff. And it's like, you dipshit. I'm friends with like 80% of the scene. Do you realize that? Like,
That was
like,
that was a joke I told you the other day. It's like very funny to me. People will be like, construct this narrative that you create this echo chamber around you.
yeah.
It's like, oh, LS only hangs out with people that he likes and agrees with. It'd be like, why doesn't he just live with people he hates? Like that is,
But I've told you that I have.
yeah.
I've let people that I don't like live with me because I feel bad for their circumstances. Like, that's
I mean,
happened a few times.
me being a prime example.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you fucking detest me. I mean, when the cameras go off, I mean, we're at each other's throats.
No, but yeah, no, but what people don't realize that I'm actually just like obviously I have like better friends that like I'm closer with some people than others, but like that's again that goes down to discernibility too as well. When people talk about X, Y, and Z, and it's like, well, your comment wouldn't just call me bias if you actually had the capability to say what was wrong with the person. There would be more nuance to it.
Absolutely. Smash, dude. I guess my next question would more so go into being in a position of static involvement now. It feels like you've slowed down. You don't stream as much
That's not true. You mean recently?
compared to your like Apex.
Oh, well, this was my most streamed year in the last 3, though.
Really?
Yeah, this is my most streamed year in the last 3.
Okay. I guess I'm saying that because from speaking to you, it feels like you mentally have slowed down. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, yeah, mentally slowed down, yeah.
Yeah, mentally slowed down. So I guess I would say in mentally slowed down.
But that's a byproduct of the environment.
Sure.
I'm just not stimulated. I'm like a fish in a fucking swamp instead of like just fresh water or something, Like I'm just being bogged down.
Yeah. I guess my question would then be, being in a position where you are bogged down, presumably the positives for me would be that you can be more introspective. Think about you as a person.
Which is something that happened this year, right? Yeah. Which is why I have less like lash outs or like stream theatrics.
For example, you've gone to therapy and you've realized a lot about yourself, right? Even beyond your diagnosis.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you were on the path to... I think this question sounds loaded in that I'm insinuating that you were ever a bad person, but I wanted to get a touch because I think it would be elucidating for people out there as to how do you feel like because there's obviously mass negatives to what you're talking about, but...
It's not. It's fine.
I hope the mic picked that up. That's disgusting. I'm going to check chat.
Stop. Stop.
Did chat just pick him up farting?
No.
Disgraceful. There's obviously mass negatives to what has happened and the position you're in mentally. I mean, I fucking know that. I barely see you in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Just spend all your day in the Mordekaiser role. Fucking injecting your semen. Your salmon semen. But what would you say are the positives in regards
to... My room is pretty dark. Your room is actually pretty dark.
Thanks. My room's cold.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, freezing and darkness here, It's truly Ice-Crowned Citadel.
Yeah, it's a complete pathetic fallacy in regards to this place. But to get to my question, there are obviously positives, I would imagine, in terms of you becoming arguably a better person in some ways. Could you talk to that? Because I think that'd be interesting for people.
What do you mean?
Well, just like in your static period, you've talked about mending relationships with other people because
I did. I mended a lot of relationships,
which would imply that you're on the path to becoming, in some ways, better as a person or improving yourself.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
can you touch on that? Like, in the sense of like, what do you think were your flaws when you were so wrapped up in intensity, and how are you trying to rectify them and work through those?
God, that's hard.
The fans love
I
self-awareness.
I wasn't utilizing my like logic or reasoning to try to empathetically assess situations as much as I do now. When I like pause or like acknowledge that, you know, something might be off. Um, and then I think also my unhealthy relationship with money in the past led to some really weird incidents, for sure, where I used to um, I used to be a real stickler about money. Like things would be 50-50. Do you know what I mean? With someone or something. Like I would like let's say that a taxi ride was 29,000, you know, 451.
Oh, you're that guy.
What?
The 10,000, the £3.99 Venmo request 3 days later.
Like yeah, I was that guy about
I
money.
would block
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
That's
So
disgusting.
but nowadays I
You try
lost
and get
that.
away with that shit with me.
So
Man.
I
Yeah.
lost that relationship with money, and now, almost in an opposite unhealthy way, I generally just pay for everything.
Yeah.
And some people are like taken,
Well, you bought me
so,
that fake passport.
huh?
You
Yeah,
bought me
I got you the fake passport.
Yeah.
But yeah. So now it's almost an unhealthy way in the opposite direction.
Griffin's just said blood is capping. I paid for the PC bang every time.
What is he talking about?
Oh, he's just, don't know. That's what he said.
What is Gavin? He said, "Oh my God."
Please don't say blood is capping again.
No, but you know what you know what I'm referring. Like I think we had this conversation. Must have been like over a week ago though, right? Reagan was here when we talked. Reagan, whatever.
Not Ronald, man.
But
Yeah, what about him?
yeah, no, but so it has gone in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Well, I've lost my relationship with like money obsession, which is why like this year everyone just sort of like comes through.
Well, that's why I've joined the Freeloader Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. Joined my orphanage. Yeah, like this is it. I don't know who's gonna adopt you though.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know. I guess it's rectified your money obsession.
To an
Do you feel like
extent.
you'll ever be able to calm down your mind? Like, because you can't say that you've ever really tried because you've never really been in a neutral environment, have you?
In a what?
Have you ever? You've never really been in a position whereby you can just really look within yourself and just wake up every day calmly.
No, I don't know what that's like.
So,
And I don't think I can know what that's like until I'm really gone. You know?
you don't feel like you deserve that in a way?
No, why would I deserve anything?
God, that's so depressing to hear. What do you mean you don't deserve anything? Everyone deserves something.
Why?
Everyone deserves peace of mind.
Why?
Because why is it your fault that you?
I don't fucking know, but that's a weird question. Thing.
I don't think that when you the phrase there to me indicates
For oneself, people can say that someone deserves something. Like I can believe that so like I can believe that some people deserve things to happen to them based on their action. What? My mic died? Mine died?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
It's just when you laugh it clips and apparently it like phases out for 10 seconds.
So no, I think that it's fine to think that other people can deserve things to happen to them. I think for a person to say that they themselves deserve something is a little bit weird.
But I mean, you're talking about like happiness as if it's like $1 billion check, or like not even happiness, more so just like peace of mind.
Happiness is not money. It's definitely not money. People think that happiness is money until they get money.
I'm not making some jet ski fucking allegory. I'm not a fucking moron. Let's say the bad word there. Thank God I didn't. I'm also mean you're talking about as if you don't deserve peace of mind in the way that you don't deserve to wake up and not feel anxiety every day. Why would
Well, I
you
don't know what that's like.
Well, exactly. But why don't you deserve it?
Why would I deserve it? You can think for me that I deserve it based on your observations of me as a person.
But I
And
think you need to realize what I'm saying is I'm not saying you do deserve it, but why don't you deserve it?
because I don't think that we intrinsically deserve anything. I think that we can think that others deserve things should happen to
Oh
them.
God, it really goes deep.
You're like tethering on like narcissism when you start talking about like you think that you intrinsically deserve things.
No, I just think if you've never been able to grant yourself the position to have clarity within your life, then potentially it would be
Yeah, but then why stop there? You should just be able to say that you deserve anything then.
no.
Why? Why? Why?
Because that's like a very base level one thing. I don't think it's greedy to want.
Fundamentally saying that you yourself deserve something is subjective. Based on your own subjective baseline for what should meet that requirement.
Right, let me put this like this to you.
Okay.
For example, let's say you do 40 days in a row, 16-hour stream, and suddenly you have this thought to yourself, I deserve a day off.
Why?
Well, Jesus isn't going to come and kill you, is he, in real life?
Okay.
Like,
But why do I deserve a day off? Why?
like,
What about
I think
what about Billy Bob Joe who did 50 hours?
well, you can't do 50
Is he
hours
more
can't do 50 hours in a day, but
No, 50 hours in a week. You said 40 hours in a week.
well, I said 16 hours a day.
Oh, did you? Okay. Let's say Billy Bob Joe did 17 hours. Is he more deserving?
No, but like, why do you target?
Why is he not more deserving? He did more.
Well, why is deserving a scale?
Okay, well, why is the hours a scale? What if I worked really hard for an hour?
I think you put too much weight into the logical constraints of the word deserve. Well done. That's the mic gone. That's the mic gone. Well played.
Oh, I think to say that you deserve... No. Nope. I think that you can say that other people deserve things.
I don't know, like, to be fair, like, I think at a deep level, like, on a very, like, debate club level, you're probably right.
Thank you.
Just, like, but what I would say, and I don't think anyone in chat can disagree with me, if you just shut the fuck up and stop being so autistic, your life would be a lot easier. I don't know how to say it to you any simpler. Like, just stop being so autistic.
But you're acknowledging that logically... point, just like in League. All right?
Just give yourself a break. Like, Jesus. I just told you that you could take a break and maybe be happy and not wake up anxious every day. And you just turned into Jordan Peterson for 30 minutes.
Oh, and
Not allowed to leave?
we're...
You can speak, man. It's fine.
What the...
Yeah.
What? KURIBOH's coming, guys. KURIBOH's coming.
KURIBOH's coming.
Yeah, you can open. KURIBOH's coming, guys. Hold on. We're gonna have a brief intermission as we get attacked by an oversized polar bear. Let's go, KURIBOH! Come on. Oh, he's leaving.
It's so cold. Chat has seen his anus.
Nice.
Is that TOS? Dog anus?
No. There's no way.
It's just an inevitability, really.
There's no.
Would you like to debate the logical constraints and existential philosophy behind a dog's anus?
KURIBOH's going on his walk now, so.
People in chat are saying one of the mics is dead. Is one of the mics dead? Is it fine now?
Oh,
There have
my
been points where we just-
mic is beeping. Oh, I think.
No, it does though, I think.
No, it wasn't beeping earlier. Wait, this one might be dead.
No, I think it's fine.
You sure?
If we just talk normally and don't laugh, it'll probably be fine.
I mean, both are fine. Yeah, this one's beeping though.
The
I think it
noise
means
gate
it's.
is
I think
causing
it
problems.
means it's low battery though.
Yo, Harvey, do you know how to fix the noise gate in like a
Yeah,
really quick
Harvey.
way?
Yeah, Harvard. No, that's no, no, no. First off, it's not Harvey.
Oh, is it different Harvey?
No. Wait, is it Harpy?
Harvey Pleb?
Harvey. Okay, yeah, but we don't call him Harvey. It's Harvard.
Well, I'm a fucking,
No, you're gonna call him Harvard.
You need the fuzzy thing on the mic. Oh,
No, it's
you know
fine.
the fuzzy thing?
The fuzzy thing that KURIBOH ate. We just call him Harvard, by the way. You have to call him Harvard too.
I don't feel like I have to do anything, really.
Why not? Why do you feel like you don't have to do anything?
Oh, I don't feel like you deserve to tell me that.
I think Harvard deserves.
Not adding in an allocated 10-second pause after every
Sure.
laugh.
Okay.
It's good for natural flow, you know?
Yeah, Harvard, the goat.
In any case,
Yeah.
we've gone into, I don't know, it feels almost like a Sisyphus-like struggle to convince you that you
Let's change the subject.
should provide yourself in some ways.
That's fine. Let's change topic.
Right.
Okay.
Would you get annoyed at me if I like forced you to go outside and do activities?
Well, that's why I reject every single time you ask me to do something.
Or do you not think that that is you're actively creating obstacles within your own life?
No, I'm just not interested.
Do you not think that you're not interested because of a degree of apathy that comes from being depressed?
No, I have other priorities that I want to do at that point in time.
Like lying in bed for 10 hours?
Well, I'm not just lying in bed.
No, obviously that's a conflation, but there are other things you could also.
But there were things that I was doing. So like today, I thought that my partner who's in military would get his phone at like 5:30. So I thought, so I'm like actually laying there, but then he calls me, and then I mean, well, you couldn't understand because
Yeah,
it's only Korean, but
I could tell it was very gay. What was going on?
What?
It's just very gay.
wasn't. He told me why he won't get his phone now for like a week.
I mean, in the sense that he said,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
you like were being lovey-dovey on the phone, you know? That's pretty gay.
I was talking like 90%. I was just having, it was, yeah.
I guess a question for that I would link back to what we were talking about earlier is,
Mm.
do you feel like you've had to repurpose Yoshi's philosophy for League of Legends? Or is it still the same thing?
No, it's still the same. Just people are dumb. The worst part's when someone who's really smart is dumb. That happens sometimes too.
What do you mean?
It's almost like the difference between, this is going to sound like almost like pseudoscience in a way. Are you familiar with like the Myers-Briggs shit?
Oh, personality type?
Yeah, the
shit? I'm
personality,
an
INIS.
INFP person.
Yeah, okay. It's almost like the difference between an S and an N. Sensing versus intuition.
Mm.
And the best way to describe this is like every single person consciously is operating on an S, right? Technically.
Mm.
The difference between the two in this analogy sense, not like the Myers-Briggs basis, whatever, is the person who operates purely on an S almost at all times, right? They're just always in a sensing state, right? They only operate based off what they're sensing endlessly.
Mm.
Whereas a person with like the N just kind of takes it all in, sort of like paintballs hitting a blackboard, and all the different colors keep hitting the blackboard, and it builds up a really big picture. Then they form a conclusion. Do you know what I mean? So every single person, even the N in this situation, is operating on a sensing level, but they don't allow it to guide them. They wait for that blackboard to get lots of images, and then they take the big picture. But someone who operates purely on S just always just
oscillates.
Yeah, on one wavelength. And so sometimes you can encounter people that are really, really smart and like, blue, but they have that like S aspect to them, and it's bad.
Within that, there is something very interesting.
Mm.
I'm trying to work it out. I think I see what you mean. Have you thought about astrology as a model for that? Maybe that's more.
I'm just giving an analogy. I'm not actually saying that this is like science.
Yeah, no, but maybe people would be more willing to listen to you if it was about astrology.
Sure, that's weird.
Well, you know the reason I think astrology exists.
What?
Some of these Sagittarius women, man.
Okay.
Shout out to you Leo ladies as well. So fucking troll, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
So we're in a position now whereby, oh yeah, do you feel like you delved into the C9 stuff enough? Is there more you want to say, or
No, I think we talked about it enough for what isn't like just explicitly like
you
that.
said you were set up for failure.
Well, I mean, we have the I mean, it's on the counter over there.
Hmm.
All the
On the counter over there is a briefcase, much like the one from
No,
Pulp
it's not the
Fiction.
briefcase. It's
No,
all the
Shut the fuck. Have you seen?
Yeah, see, I wish Max was on the
Have
stream
you seen Pulp Fiction?
because we would have talked about
Have
it.
you
No, I
seen-
haven't seen Pulp Fiction.
In Pulp Fiction, essentially, there is a briefcase
Mm.
that no one knows what's in it,
Mhm.
and it's not revealed at any point during the film. But at the end, someone gets the briefcase and it opens and it's gold. So I was casting a great metaphor there, but you ruined it because of your, like you said, your youth has been robbed. You've not been able to watch films, so you didn't get that reference.
True.
Sorry, I'm being mean. I apologize.
Okay.
But yeah, you said that. I mean, I guess the evidence is over there.
Well, this is why I wanted Max on the stream.
More than me. I'm sorry that I can't be Max.
No, but we just won't talk about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is sad. I mean, it's you know, it's out there. It'll be out there eventually. Who knows? I wondered, one of the interesting questions I had was, what do you think would happen if your philosophy became the status quo? Because a lot of what you do is, well, I think it would be fair to say that you've commanded mass influence within the space. So it would be difficult to say that you operate on a counterculture level at some point. I think for sure during your career, a lot of it is counterculture because it goes against what is the general conceived notion. What would have happened if it became the status quo? Does it lose a sense of, because a lot of what you do is demanding conclusions from hypothesis. If you maintain that status quo, does it not take away from that somewhat?
No, I think it keeps refining upon itself.
But it requires those same people to continue to push themselves, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess my
Or
question,
new people to come up.
I guess my question there would be like, do you think the seeds for your own success were complicit potentially in their own destruction if it had all worked out?
Yeah, but the destruction lays birth to new seeds.
That's interesting.
It's like a cycle.
So you'd be more comfortable with that system being in place, knowing that potentially, at least it has more variance or variables
Yeah,
attached to
it
it.
has more variance and variables, yeah.
In creating good circumstances,
Yeah.
whereas the current situation
Doesn't.
just only creates negative.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think that answers what I was going to say.
Okay.
People in chat are just saying yeah to that. That's actually like, that makes sense, guys. Seriously, like discernibility. Like, have we not taught you anything during this discussion? I don't like you, dude.
He doesn't like me.
Watch this. Watch this. KURIBOH. I don't know.
Doesn't even, his ears didn't even move.
Just a
He's
Western.
drinking water right now.
I'm just a Westerner, dude.
Yeah.
I'd have to be at least 400 LP for that dog to turn around. I think we're pretty much at the end of everything. I've gone through everything I could possibly want to go through. I think we're kind of just at the end of it.
No, we can answer some questions and we can go to the concluding
True.
2 topics that I have.
There's meant to be a Google Doc set up.
Yeah, there was meant to be a Google Doc set up, but we didn't set it up, so whatever is a good question from chat. We can do a Q&A part.
I need to charge my PC. Should we talk about one more thing and then...
It's the bathroom. I hope I don't disconnect.
Can you...
You're gonna hear me pissing.
Guys, you can't even hear me right now. Like, I'm literally connected to the stream. This guy can't even hear me. What a fucking loser this guy is, by the way, guys. Am I right? Can I get a am I right, guys?
All right, hopefully. There's no camera on this mic, right? All right, yeah, we're good. Everything's fine, guys. Everything. Hopefully it doesn't pick it up. It's all fine. Yeah. This feels like as I'm talking into the mic right now, I feel like I'm on an episode of Family Guy, like Quagmire just went
I'm
into
coming back into shot now, guys. You'll see me in a second.
Everything's or like Peter maybe.
Just wanted to announce that it's probably a good time to do this. I've noticed there's a lot of like graphics cards lying around that he's not using, so I think now is a good time to do a giveaway.
Everything's fine.
If you send me $50 to my PayPal,
sit to
you will now enter into a raffle for a GTX 4060. PayPal is flashing on the screen right now. Just be sure to enter that for a chance to win.
Also, squat to shit.
See if we
learn the caveman method. These things are important. Coach you in league, coach you in life. Everything's good. Everything's good. Everything here, totally fine. Totally fine, guys. Totally fine. Everything.
Wait, is Alex just talking about?
We're all fucking doing good.
Does he not realize that he's speaking?
A little bit of Purell.
Is he just speaking about shitting?
I didn't shit.
Dude, are you just talking about pissing? What are you talking
I was coaching them on how to urinate.
Oh, because I was doing a giveaway for the graphics cards in your house.
Okay.
That's quite funny that we were doing like a bit at the same time. Did you flush?
Yeah.
It's any water in your hands. So you're not like washing your hands.
Touch my hand.
No, I'm good. I don't want to see
Yeah.
your piss hands.
That's fine. All right. What are we doing?
I'm getting some questions.
Yeah, get a question.
Yeah, let's get some questions. Can we get some serious questions in chat, please?
We need some serious ones.
Just to let you know, in my sort of administrative powers, any bad questions will now result in a permanent ban.
No.
Yes.
I don't ban people at my stream.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Welcome to my rodeo.
Okay.
Bad questions will be permanently banned.
Okay.
I just got a question. And then it's 8 stars, so I don't know what the word is. Is DonJake bold? Yes, I am. If I take this cap off, it's...
That one's good.
Whose grandma would win in a fight between the two of us? How old is my grandma? Let me think.
Let me ask the question, how heavy is your grandma? Because a woman would just sit on her head. That's what I'm thinking.
Tonka?
Huh? Tank.
You're fucked up, man. It's crazy. No, I don't know. I think my grandma is relatively agile, so like maybe she'd be able to like Floyd Mayweather her. Right? Like
What? Oh.
It's crazy that you have to do that to get your dog's attention. Like your dog just has such a genuine dislike for you that you have to use treats in each minute.
Yeah.
Why do you cut your hair like that like pajamas? That's a good fucking question. I like that a lot. Really, I love the mic sucks. Yeah, it's when he laughs, bro.
It's when I laugh, yeah.
Is there anything? I mean, there's downtime now. Is there anything we can do to fix it?
No, it's fine, it's fine. There's no question, actually.
Can you not just unclip it and then use a mic like me and see if that works?
No, I don't want to do that, though. It's just when I laugh. It's fine.
Yeah, but then it ruins when you laugh, and then I'm not allowed to be funny.
No,
I like to be funny.
That's fine. It's fine, it's fine.
You're fucking pissing me off.
Okay.
Would you rather fight 10 griffin-sized Trimbies or 1 Trimby-sized griffin? That's the fucking question.
I had probably 10 griffin-sized Trimbies.
That was not the question.
What?
The question was 10 griffin... Oh, no, it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Daunting task, to be fair.
Mm.
Will you ever be open to talk about the game again?
What?
That implies that he doesn't talk about it. Some of these questions are terrible. Do you like to be cold red?
Red?
Do you like to be cold red?
Red.
Yeah, like you were talking about earlier with Faco. Cold read.
Oh, do I like to be cold red?
Yeah.
It's a weird I mean, you can tell when someone's cold reading.
Are there examples of times where people have done that to you? Or actively
I
engaged?
mean, you can just sort of tell it's what they're attempting to try to do. So then what you do is you lie about your answer and then watch them navigate it.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's what you do.
Have you done that with anyone?
Yeah, I have.
Can you give an example? Is there a funny story?
Some of them are in the scene.
Who?
Some of them are even in like ERL scene. It's bad. These are just absolutely incompetent people, but like they've developed at least that skill
Oh, you're
set.
talking about with the
Yeah.
with the
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes.
No. I get you. There's a guy in chat that says you owe him gold in Classic WoW.
Do I?
Yeah.
Nice.
You see his face there? He has no concern whatsoever.
I quit Classic WoW for like a year. I just came back to play with Revan. We're like level 30.
Yeah, a lot of companies quit things. It's called bankruptcy. And they don't owe any money anymore. Good job, man. We kind of covered this, no echo. Do you think that change in the scene might happen through all the people he coached and taught? His general take on that, unless I'm mischaracterizing it, is that he thinks that there are individuals, but it's not enough to mount a winds of change. Would that be
Sure,
fair
yeah.
to say?
Yeah. But also, I mean, I think a lot of them don't have the desire to be around in esports like the way that I did. Like, that
That's
that made me really sad. Like, when I first met Fudge in like 2020 or something, Fudge said that he wanted to be around in esports for like a really long time, right? And it sounded like Fudge was like a mega gamer, right? So I thought Fudge was really similar in that regard. I don't think Fudge is actually like that anymore. And obviously, you know, people can be too young, and he was very young, right? And people can like change, but like I knew that I just wanted to play games. Like my whole
This is why they need to move the LCS to Nebraska. It wouldn't happen if it was there.
right, right.
You
No,
know,
but
you
like
get
what I
the
mean, what I
fucking-
mean by that is like you got to understand that most pro players' careers are very short, and so it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah.
Also, like once I leave, you know, I only talk to whoever's around like today, but it's gonna be more pro players like 4 years from now, 5 years from now, you know.
How much of NA work ethic do you think is because some of these players, I mean, they're just going to EDM?
NA work ethic thing is like really weird. Like I don't know. I mean, it's strange. Um,
I mean, you've been there. You've seen them go to the EDM festivals with their OnlyFans girlfriends on the weekend. They're jaw swinging like LNG Tarzan. It's fucking crazy, man.
yeah,
Let's move it to Nebraska. Seriously. Ping's better as well,
true.
I've heard. What do you mean the work ethic is weird? As in, like, you think the narrative around it is misplaced, or
No, the work ethic is actually pretty bad.
do you think
But
it's
I
because
mean,
people don't love the game?
yeah, I mean, and why should you? Kind of, in a way, you're getting paid obscene amounts of money. You don't necessarily have to love the game. And there's like job security and everything else that goes on. Now, I believe that the reason that we experienced the regression that we did in terms of skill this year and why the game quality looks so much worse is because salary cuts they happened everywhere globally. And when that happens, when you're doing the same exact work day in and day out, and now you're getting paid less, you're naturally going to be less motivated.
Do you think you could have achieved more success in another game with a potentially more receptive community?
Again, it depends what you define as success.
Well, I
Because
think
there's no game as large as
You'd
League.
assume by the vagueness of their question they're referring to the arbitrary metrics of success. So.
Yeah,
But I mean, you could answer in the sense of, I guess your main thing is winds of change, right? But it's a difficult question to answer because the same problems might not exist in that game in regards to
Yeah.
a wind of change.
Right. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So sorry, mate. Question's not that great actually when you unpack it.
Mm.
Cool. I'm gonna let my computer charge for a little while longer.
Yeah. I just got. Hold on. Is Max is okay.
Yeah, no, it's just fine. We've all got time. We'll wait for you.
Apparently, no, I just got messaged. Is there? Jesus, see, I don't want to do this and like interrupt the flow, but we can always edit this. Did APA APA message me that he just caught a stray? Why did he catch a stray?
How? You like some dumb joke that I made? APA is my bastard goat, by the way. I didn't get a chance to speak to him.
Wait, what was this?
If you're watching stream, for me, you're the Roy Keane of League of Legends at the moment. That interview you did with Travis, where you're just like, I played like shit. I played like shit. That's supreme accountability. We need more of that. That's the captain's armband, like fucking full accountability. I love that shit. The summit tweet?
What's the summit tweet?
He called APA Zig's one trick or something. I don't know if someone can link.
Where is this?
He said he made a follow-up tweet saying, "I tweeted without thinking. I'm an R one trick. Sorry." Tweet.
I could do with Zig's one trick.
This seems like BM though. Like I don't think this is like. This seems like pretty cheeky, no?
No, but it's real.
Yeah, but it's like cheeky.
Interesting.
I mean, you know him better than me, so I don't know. Can we get back on topic?
Yeah, sure. Go. I'm listening.
Get off your fucking phone, man.
Can you hold on a second?
Jesus, man. It's just no regard for the chat, man. They've come here to see you. Paying customers, some of them, by the way. Prime subscriptions.
Mm-hmm.
This is the respect you show them. I would never do this to you guys personally, which is why potentially you might need to reallocate those primes over to my channel. I'm checking. Anyway, stream. So you just got someone just tier 1 to you for 55 months. Thank you, Killer Chinchilla. Been a member of the club now for 4.5 years, man. 4.5 painstaking years. That's a true believer. Shout out to you, man. Hope you're doing well. How's the Marge? Is this not pre-recorded?
No. Oh! Summit replied to a tweet like below me and Eminus, and that's where he deleted it.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Caught up in the fucking...
It will wait for you, man. So, kind of rounding out. Do you want to lead on? Is this where you want to talk about what comes next, or?
I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Maybe I think that'll be its own like separate upload. I think that's probably better that way. That'll be its own separate upload.
Well, I guess that's probably the conclusion then.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think there's any topics that we really missed. I don't think there's any topics that we really missed. It's fascinating actually. Like even going back to like stuff that we talked about earlier right now. Like there's the drama tonight with Eminus, right? Where I'm responding to something that he said about me.
Yeah.
But like, what is the idea that I just shouldn't respond, or that I'm not allowed to respond? Like I don't get these people's. I don't get how they live. Just don't know. I can't logically understand it, nor can I emotionally understand it. The way that these people operate. But that's fine. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's very depressing. Depressing finality. A lot of betrayal in this scene. There's a lot of really fucked up things that I don't want to talk about right now. I mean, I don't think that I will talk about it, but I do think like a proper final video as a separate upload would just be better for that. But yeah, that's it. I think, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to bring up.
I don't think it's fair for me to push you on that.
Sure.
I'll say that I think ultimately with the way that this stream has been set up and the way that we're talking about it, there's probably people out there that have an immense care and worry about you. I guess I feel like I'm doing a duty of care to you and them as well, just by asking you that you are. Although you're struggling at the moment, there's a lot of fucked up shit happening, with the wallet and stuff like that.
Mm.
You're fine. Like
I am fine.
you're
Yeah.
gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Which I think ultimately is, I don't think you necessarily owe any information beyond that. Like, I don't think even necessarily you realize what you really want.
Mm.
But you're okay. Obviously struggling, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can just call it here, I guess. I don't think there's anything else, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for speaking to me
Yeah.
for 4 hours. I hope you enjoyed it. We had some laughs, we had some giggles, we had some sad moments.
Lovely.
It's all very sad. You can see he's getting a little bit sad now.
Mm.
What is your advice for me? Do you have any advice for me?
Oh, not right now. Not right now. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. Peace and love. Have a
Mhm.
good one.
There'll be a separate upload at some point that'll add a little bit more, but yeah, scene's really fucked. I think it was a pretty okay recap. It's not like the part 2 recap where I like go super in depth on, month to month or like day to day stuff, but it's definitely pretty good. There's some good people. Some good people.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. I've been DonJake.
Yeah.
This has been LS. We've been doing a recap.
See you later.
A lot of things. Sorry that some of the audio is a little bit scuffed, but you get what you deserve, guys. Honestly, you reap what you sow.